The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, what's going on? Hey there, good afternoon. Welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Yo, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan.
What up?
What up? How's today? How do you look? How does Mary look? Let me judge her immediately. Oh, you look nice.
Cute.
Yeah, okay.
Was that like a romper or like a...
It's like a little dress.
Yeah.
I posted a picture on my Instagram. It's like, I got it off Temu. It was like $4.
I haven't
I don't know
bought
if I
anything.
like
It looked like it was $4. No.
I haven't gotten
It might.
anything from Temu yet because Temu strikes me. I know people buy stuff from it all the time, but Temu is like, I know I'm going to order something and then somebody's going to hack one of my. I mean,
we'll see.
right? People are getting hooked on these like $4 cocktail dresses, but man, something's hinky about that. It's too easy. It's too cheap.
Well, it comes from China.
I know, that's what I'm saying. There's small children making these clothes, and that's the least of your problems, probably. But people love it, boy. People order stuff on Temu all the time.
You drop a few LBs, you look great in that picture.
Thanks.
What's
wrong
what?
with you?
What?
He's calling me fat.
No, I'm saying you look great.
You said if you drop a few LBs,
No.
you'll look
I
great.
didn't say if. I said it looks like you did. I said.
Oh, I thought you said if you.
No, I
dropped
said
a
did
few
you drop
LBs.
a
I
few?
thought he said that too.
No. I
I
was
thought you
not
said
being.
if you did, you
Yeah.
look great in that picture.
I mean, there's still ways to go, but like, I'm
Okay.
kidding. I'm
All
kidding.
right.
I'm kidding.
Whatever.
No, you look great in that picture. And as I said, like, it looks like you are kind of back to like your fighting weight.
No.
When you got there.
Mary, I'm sorry I asked about any of this.
You should
I
be. Thank you.
apologize profusely.
The only thing that matters about Mary is her looks.
Obviously.
What is your fighting weight, by the way? You know, people talk about getting out of their fighting weight. What's your fighting weight?
I mean, my ideal weight that I like to be at is around between 125 and 130.
Yep.
But I'm not there.
Okay. I got a little ways to go. I'm dropping
Yeah.
weight, but I want to get down to like 110.
That's pretty far. That's pretty far.
Could you imagine that? Oh, God. It would look like, what's his name? Christian Bale in The Machinist.
Yeah, that's.
He was eating an apple and a can of tuna every day for a year. He got down to 120. But he looked good.
No, he didn't.
He looked good.
That was not good.
Hot take. He looked really good in that movie, boy.
Nope.
Just drawn and, oh, boy. Fantastic. Hey, if you'd like to join us today, it's our last live show of the week, so we have to squeeze everything in today that we possibly can. Paul Reiser is back on the show today. We're going to do Mayor's Science Fair,
It's a short one.
which we should probably call Science Mayor, but we don't. We're going to do Whoopsie's Week 5 NFL picks.
Yeah, she's got a little extra something.
Is there
this
a
week.
bonus?
Well, she's got a costume this week.
Oh, a costume. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I do like dogs in costumes.
Yeah.
Comedian John Brown is going to join us later on. He's headlining the Funny Stop this weekend. Is that correct? Or tomorrow night?
Just tomorrow night.
Just tomorrow
Thursday
night.
night.
He's
yeah.
doing that Funny Stop. And then whatever else we can squeeze in before the end of the program today. If you'd like to join us, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. 35192 to send a text. If you like that, you can watch live as well. I was going to get my salad at Heinen's over there on the east side, right across 9th there.
Do you have them blended up for you?
No, this was a salad that was in a regular container. You know,
That you
like
eat with a fork?
Yes, a fork.
I don't even know you anymore.
Well, like I said, I'm not exclusively drinking my salads. I'll still eat a salad, chicken in it, and cilantro and vegetables. It was delicious. On the way back, I go, I'm going to dip into CVS. Now that this sidewalk is completely open for the first time in 2 years, because they were building this condo building next door to us. So the entire time that we've been down here, when we moved to these new studios, you'd have to cross the street and then kind of do this big circuitous route.
There was a lot of rigmarole.
A lot of rigmarole because the sidewalk was shut down. Well, now they've done the construction, the sidewalk's
Not just
open.
marole. Not just rigmarole.
It's a compound word that describes, it was just all kinds of stuff. And so you'd get a lot more steps in, but whatever. Well, now that sidewalk's completely open. So I go, I'm going to dip into the CVS here and see if they've got any of those nuts that I like. Sometimes I'll go in and I'll find they have these nuts that I like. Anyway, you know what I realized? And I don't know if this is, every store does this. I've never seen it before. The CVS next door here, they lock up their jerky.
Dude, they do. Everything's locked up in New York. Everything. You
Right,
cannot
but
buy anything
A, this
that's
isn't
been
New
locked
York.
up.
B, that's the only thing in this snack aisle. Now, I'm sure they lock up razor blades and all the things we're used to seeing them lock up, but the only thing in this food aisle that was locked up was the jerky.
But not even all of it.
expensive.
That's what's so interesting, though, because
But everything's expensive.
Like, there's like half of the jerky is locked up and then half of it isn't.
I saw every bit of their jerky selection.
I was there
locked
yesterday,
up.
and
Really?
they had a good amount of jerky that was not locked up.
I wonder why that is. A, how do you determine which jerky to lock up and which not? And B, why at all? I mean, if somebody's...
People are stealing it, I'm sure.
People are stealing everything.
Yeah, but
like, how do
jerky-
they...
That's $17 a bag.
Yeah.
It ain't that expensive.
No, it is.
Beef jerky is not cheap.
Well, if you get a giant feed bag of it,
No,
but
Dude,
I
like
mean,
the regular bag
size bag is like $15.
$17.
CVS Gold Emblem Korean barbecue flavored jerky, $16. Okay, then let's go down that road. I mean, there are plenty of things in that store that are that expensive and not locked up. So how did they land on the jerky? It's expensive is not why they locked it up.
No,
a lot of things in there are expensive.
It's
Why did they
expensive
lock
and
the
getting
jerky?
targeted to steal because I'm sure...
Is there a jerky black market that are people flipping the jerky on the
People are
street?
homeless and hungry.
Yeah.
On the street? Yeah, but again, the only thing in this food aisle, they can steal everything else to walk out there. They can pocket a bag of nuts.
Homeless people aren't eating like you.
No.
They're not going in for cash.
But homeless people are, if they're hungry, they don't care how much something costs. They're going to steal it.
Right.
But it's
So they're-
also like a more substantial thing to eat. It's meat. It's probably the only
Right.
meat product in that store.
Okay, now we're getting closer to an explanation. That makes more sense to me. It's actual meat. All right, now do you think when somebody steals that, you think they lock up the floss? Because you can't have beef jerky in a floss. It's impossible.
These people probably don't even have teeth.
Well, then
Well,
why
then
are they
getting
stealing jerky?
Now we're back to
Got
square
me
one.
Right now, this is what I'm talking about. I'm looking for a
You're
little.
not gumming jerky, all right? I don't care how determined you are.
Yeah, they didn't lock up the peach rings. They locked up the jerky. But I'd never seen that before. And I was fascinated by that. I get it. We're a downtown Cleveland retail element, whatever. But it was the only thing in that aisle that was locked up. And it being $16 a bag, that can't be what accounts for why it's locked up. But maybe it is. It's meat. It's expensive. Who knows? Whatever. But I certainly was not going to ask somebody, because, I mean, good luck finding somebody, too. Let's say I really had a hankering for some jerky.
Oh, yeah.
And
You're going to need a...
Good luck finding somebody. Hey, can I get
You're
the
going to have to call a
jerky
corporate
unlocked?
store.
Could I get the jerky unlocked? That's a sentence I never want to say in my life, so I would just go without. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. To do that, you can listen in the iHeartRadio app. Leave us messages there if you like, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Real people in Ohio are learning more and more about the real Sherrod Brown.
I thought I knew Sherrod Brown, but I didn't know his voting record.
Sherrod voted to let transgender biological men compete in women's sports? What?
And Brown would allow puberty blockers and even sex change surgery for young kids.
For kids? Under Sherrod Brown's spending and inflation, everything is more expensive. Groceries, gas, housing. Even electricity. Sherrod sure had me fooled.
He votes a lot differently in D.C. than he talks here.
Washington has clearly changed Sherrod Brown.
Sherrod's not the guy we supported years ago.
Not at all.
And what Sherrod Brown's voting for, it's way too liberal for me.
Sherrod Brown let us down.
Sherrod's changed. That's why we need to change senators.
Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.senateleadershipfund.org.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
You want an easy way to feed your friends? You get a Jersey Mike's catering box. You want an exciting radio idea? You get me. Like this. There's a Jersey Mike's catering box off the coast of Corsica that needs rescuing. Me and a team of mercenaries go in, barrel rolling past the sleeping guard. And we find the catering box in a secret bunker. I say, men, let's get these 12 subs home. But they're already eating them. That's the problem with mercenaries. You can't trust them. The Jersey Mike's catering box, a sub above.
Ken Ganley Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is celebrating grand opening specials at all 4 locations. Drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn 4x4, just $249 a month. $249 during Ram Power Days at Ken Ganley Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Aurora, Bedford, Mentor, and Norwalk. 36-month lease, $49.95 due at signing, 7,500 miles a year, plus tax, tag, title, and dock fee. No security deposit on approved credit.
Question for you. Would you rather pay $150 a month or $15 a month to work out with the same high-quality gym equipment? At Planet Fitness, you can get top-tier equipment for $15 a month. Plus, save $28 or more when you join now during our Strong Choice sale. Our weights weigh the same, you just don't pay the same. Enjoy free fitness training and 24-hour access at most clubs, all in the judgment-free zone. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends October 10th. See club for details.
Hey, it's Alan. We're back out on Sunday for the next Cox Out pregame. This time we're going to be in Strongsville at the local bar this Sunday from noon to 2. You can join us for the Bud Light Football Face-Off Tournament. Round 1 could get you to Vegas to compete against everybody else and maybe get to the big game in New Orleans in 2025. WMMS.com's got all the details. I will see you Sunday in Strongsville, the next Cox Out pregame at the local bar from noon to 2.
Are you a business leader considering a new credit card and spend management system? You could stick with the old school process, multiple systems that work against each other and create more work for you. Or you could try Ramp. Ramp helps businesses manage their finance operations with a corporate card and spend management software that includes accounting automation, vendor payments, travel booking, and more, all in one platform. Whether you're a startup, a small business, or have thousands of employees, Ramp's intuitive software gives you maximum control over spend. Ramp's smart tools enforce compliance, prevent fraud, and provide real-time insights. Stop overspending and save up to 5%. Plus, Ramp automates data entry and routine time-consuming tasks. It's all done for you. You'll close your books in hours instead of days and give your team time to focus on what really matters, the bottom line. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/free. Ramp.com/free. RAMP.com/free.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Protect yourself, Ohio. Get your shots for COVID and flu today. A message from the Ohio Departments of Health and Aging.
Order like a champ at Raising Cane's. With tailgates of hand-battered chicken fingers and cane sauce and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade, you can guarantee victory for every game day meal. Raising Cane's Chicken Finger, one love. Order online or on our app.
Hey there. What's for dinner tonight? Takeout? Again. Remember your last order.
Soggy fries with a side of $12 fees, plus the 1 hour delivery time? You can do better. Get Factor's fresh, chef-crafted meals delivered right to your door, all ready in just 2 minutes. Try a mouth-watering shredded chicken taco bowl or creamy tomato and goat cheese chicken cavatappi. I know what you're thinking. Could dinner really be this easy? With Factor, it's always this easy. Factor. Fresh, never frozen meals in 2 minutes.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kevin Moret for Mentality Men's Health. Guys, are you tired of losing? No results, passed over, no respected. It might be low testosterone. At Mentality Health, we've helped over 20,000 men just like you, face to face, right here in Cleveland. Imagine having the energy and confidence to tackle whatever comes your way every single day. Get custom treatment designed specifically for you. Visit lowtusa.com and enter code FORCE. Get tested and get your power back. You're not here to be average. Start winning again with Mentality Health. Make today the day you take control.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if a medical mistake caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. A few off-highway accidents: Valley Parkway near Puritas, Western Avenue at West Boulevard, East 116th at Miles, and Route 84 in Paynesville is closed due to sewer issues between Bank Street and Riverside Drive. I'm Mike Ross in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Taco Bell. The new Luxe Cravings Box from Taco Bell. For $7, indulge in a Chicken Chalupa Supreme, beefy 5-layer burrito, and Doritos Loco.
Message while we were in the break, we were talking about them locking up the jerky. Alan, I deliver for Frito-Lay, and jerky is one of our most stolen items. This is what this person told me. People steal the jerky and then sell it to unscrupulous bodega owners all over Cleveland.
There you go.
Well, A, that's redundant.
Black market jerky,
that's what
just
I
like
said.
you thought.
Black market jerky. Jerky is overpriced and stolen very often. We will bring in stacks of 20, and they're all stolen within 48 hours. This is amazing. The things that people won't steal. That list is getting smaller and smaller. The dollar amount attached to it. Okay, well, there you go. At least that's an answer. Somebody who's there on the ground, on the front lines of the jerky wars. This is the first place I had ever seen where the jerky was locked up. And it wasn't like I was trying to get any. I just noticed it. Just an observation. I can't imagine that I would ask someone to unlock the jerky case for me. You could go somewhere else where it's not locked up and just go and buy it. Jerky is expensive, but I've got $1,000 for you, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. You get you a lot of jerky, boy. And then lock it up. It's $1,000. Buzzard bookie. Listen closely. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, there are runs on toilet paper now. Walmarts in Virginia are reporting that they're facing empty shelves there. Costco and Target running out of paper towels. They're in New Jersey, Mary. Make sure that you are stocked up with paper products.
Okay.
Because it's right in your backyard.
I will.
And I have to imagine that you use paper towel for something.
For wiping.
Right.
It's more absorbent.
Uh-huh. Right. Now, they didn't explain it. I was clicking around, and the guy on CNN said, because the people on CNN, they would have these experts, and they go, the dock workers' strike is not going to result in shortages, okay? But they still have full container ships, out there in the ocean just sitting there because they can't get in the dock. And the guy said, if anything, we could end up with too much toilet paper, not a shortage. Now, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. They didn't take a second to explain that. But, maybe they have enough in-house. I don't know. But imagine that the end result of this, because you need leverage. Any union that's on strike, you need leverage. And if your leverage is, hey, people aren't going to be able to wipe. You've seen how this country eats. People need to wipe. It's Armageddon out there in people's toilet bowls. And if you don't have that leverage, you're going to be way worse off. So something to consider. Alan Mary is too young to know that way back you only wore dresses, so you wouldn't notice the belt. Well, I mean, listen, I grew up in I was born in 1971, and I don't recall every woman I ever met wearing a dress. I'm sure there were women in now, again, my mom, I never once saw her in jeans. My mom was a dress lady. And we never had that all too important conversation about her belted maxi pads.
I didn't even know this thing existed until
You'd never
5 minutes ago.
I mean, your mom would know.
I've never asked her.
Your mom never regaled you girls with tales of how it used to be a young gal in the 60s? No? You kids in your non-belted maxi pads?
She was also born in 1957.
Well, yeah. So she was coming of age in the early 70s.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess.
Yeah.
No, I've never heard of this.
Well, you can't say that anymore. Generation X, my generation, is the most stressed, they say.
Talking about my generation.
Most stressed, but also the best at handling it. Yes, of course, because we never cared about anything in the first place. So when things don't work out, we go, naturally, chef's kiss. But we have been forgotten largely in popular culture, and nothing makes me happier than that. No one is pandering to Generation X. It's Z and millennials and boomers. We are right there in the middle, being completely ignored by pop culture. And that's fantastic. But ours was also the generation that was the hardest hit by divorce. And so you had a lot of latchkey kids,
Yeah, why were your parents so inclined to getting divorces in the Gen X? It's probably your guys' fault.
Well, I think that was kind of when it started to be less of a stigma, too.
I think you guys were just bad kids and just
kids,
broke up a lot of marriages.
That's why
Well,
they also
you
didn't
could
wanna be
absolutely
there.
you could absolutely make a case for that for some of my friends because they were maniacs.
They didn't want to be there when you got home. That's why it was a latchkey. It had nothing to do with work. They just didn't want to be around you.
Yeah, and that's why they're not pandering to you now.
Well, yeah, my parents were. My family was a rarity among my friends, in that my parents were still married. Most of my friends, their parents were divorced, and it was such a culture shock to me when I would stay over at a friend's house. Because there was just like the mom was there, the dad had moved out or whatever. And if the dad did come over for something, there was always yelling and screaming, and that was not my house. So it was so foreign to me. It was really jarring. I remember staying over at a friend's house one time, and a guy came out of his mom's bedroom in the morning. Single mom.
Did you high-five him?
I was like 9. No.
That'd have been a great move.
Yeah, but
the guy would have been like, this is a cool kid.
It turns out he knew my dad.
Oh.
Because he was
You're
like,
lucky you didn't know your mom.
Well, he was there like, I don't remember what the timeline was, but I just remember my dad saying like, I know that guy. I used to work with him. Like, all right, well, and I don't think it lasted long.
Yeah, Kevin's mom's still working with him.
What's that?
Or whatever your friend's name was.
Howie.
Howie's
Yeah.
mom's still working with him.
Howie's mom might be dead for all I know, but yeah, that was wild. But that was all my friends, most of them anyway. Their parents were not together anymore, and so yeah, we were not latchkey kids. My mom picked us up from school. My dad took us to school. My mom picked us up, but most of my friends were. So we were, the least. We didn't have helicopter parents. We were among the least parented generations because it was also kind of the first group of kids where there were both parents working. Before that, it was mostly just one parent working. And there weren't a lot of, we didn't have after-school programs, so kids just went home and watched TV. And we didn't have cable, so we weren't doing that. We were going home and I don't know what the hell we were doing going home. I was going home reading comic books. Doing homework.
Ugh, homework.
I know, I get it, but there was nothing else to do. Maybe that's why I was so good at school, because I had nothing else to do at my house. I'm like, well, I guess I'll just get this work done.
Right.
And that's a trait that's fortunately followed me throughout my life. Why put this off? I might as well do it now. Get it off my plate. Man, Brian today is scratching me right where I itch. Brian is leaving so many messages.
What do we got?
All right, listen to this.
I see your picture. It sure looks good on you. And when you smile for the camera, you know I love you better. Hey, it will come back to you.
Yeah. He's finally throwing some Dan at me. All this other nonsense he's throwing out. I shouldn't say nonsense. He's throwing in some good songs.
Wild variety, too. I love it.
Oh, yeah. He's doing the Michael McDonald part. He's not even doing the Fagin part. Throwing in the Michael McDonald. Well, that's Fagin. Yeah, he's kind of got the lyrics down. Yeah. So, yeah, I got a handful of those for you today.
Oh, that's great.
He's left a lot of Name That Tune messages today. Alan, people are dumb. 90% of toilet paper and paper towels are produced in North America. Right, but part of this is distribution, right? It's not just, I don't think anybody thinks that their toilet paper comes from China, but we're talking about distribution, I would imagine. And people who have things that are obviously exports, they would freak out about that. But your one friend's mom yelled a lot. Yeah, God, fill me up. Yeah, boy, that is an eagle-eared listener right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my friend Richie, we stayed at his house, and his mom and dad were getting it on all the time, and his mom would scream at the top of her lungs. And they lived in
She would scream, "Fill me up!
Fill me up!" Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yup.
That is wild.
Fill me up.
Fill me
And they lived in this cracker box house, man, this tiny house. And it was my buddy Richie and his 2 older brothers who just, I mean, we thought they were like 30, but I'm sure his brother was probably like, in high school and we were like in 7th or 8th grade. And they used to like beat us up or whatever, and all that sibling crap. But his mom, who's a lovely woman, I mean, she's still around, and I saw her a couple of years ago. She's much.
You ever fill her up?
No. But she was a very large woman, and his dad was not a very large woman. His dad was kind of a smaller guy, but they were always getting it on, boy. Always having fun back there. And then we'd be sitting there playing Atari or something, and this is middle of the day, mind you. This is like a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, a little afternoon delight.
Yeah. And they'd come out and like nothing happened. And so that's how things were. And my parents were always getting it on too, but they were Catholic. They were very, very quiet. So, yeah, the whole fill me up thing. Pretty wild. And God bless them too, right? I mean, that's what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be having a romp with your significant other.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, look, we can't wait until these dumb kids are out of the house. We'll never get anything in. So we've got to do it now.
And we got to let them know.
We got to let him know. Yeah, well,
Scream it.
his mom was loud.
Scream.
She wasn't putting on a show. I mean, some people are married to screamers. Some people have to stuff a pillow in their face.
I don't mind a girl being vocal, but I've definitely been with girls that are like over the top, or I'm like, all right.
Well, that's just you're putting on a show.
Yeah.
And it's having the opposite effect.
Yeah.
If it's organic response to what I'm doing, I love
great,
it. I
yeah.
can't get enough. But don't give me that.
All right.
I'm not filming this. It's not going on your sizzle reel.
That's why I don't like scream or anything. I just go, that's good.
Yeah, I just go.
Alan knows.
Thank you.
He's got the audio of it.
I do. Yeah, Brian was kind enough to send me some of that.
It's just right.
That's just right.
More,
yep.
please.
Mm-hmm.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
No, not that one. That's not what I wanted.
What if that's what she played?
I know.
And I'm done. Hey, baby. There it is.
That's actually just me clipping my nails.
I was going to say, that's a real boner killer right there.
What was the original context of that, though?
It was using
foam
a
roller.
Foam roller. That's
right. My least favorite time on this.
Massaging the logs. All right, I'm going to break. Want to send me a text, 35192. If you're listening on that iHeartRadio app, you can drop messages there. I will have more tickets for you for the Animal Instinct Tour. It's Pop Evil, it's Bad Wolves, and it's you and a pal at that show. They're going to play Temple Live over at the Masonic next month. So I'll hand those off after the break.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of 4-day field VIP Sonic Temple Art and Music Festival tickets. Sonic Temple Art and Music Festival returns May 8th through the 11th, 2025 at historic Crew Stadium with Metallica. Supported by Rob Zombie, Alice in Chains, and 100 more bands. Ticket prices can be secured starting at $1 down with 7 months to pay them off in full. Get more info and register to win.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want a couple of tickets to the Animal Instinct Tour that is Bad Wolves from Los Angeles, California, co-headlining with Pop Evil from Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's going to go down Thursday night, November the 12th, a few weeks away, over at Temple Live at the Cleveland Masonic. Ticketmaster.com will have all of the pertinent details for you. So this pair goes to caller 10. Good luck. Have fun. Bad Wolves, Pop Evil. And you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Should you dance or should you not dance?
You can dance like no one's watching. He'll talk like no one's listening.
It's better that you don't.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cuando se marea dolores, cuando se quema de amores, cuando se inmala su vela, cuando se inmala dolores, cuando se inmala dolores, cuando se quema de amores, cuando se inmala su vela, cuando se inmala su amores. Baila, 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 bailame, esta rumba, esta guitarra, que yo siempre cantaré.
Anybody ever get into the Gypsy Kings?
No.
No, just me? These guys were technically a French band, but they were a couple of Catalan families, so they sang in Spanish, but I don't know if they're still around, but love the Gypsy Kings. They were a big, big deal probably 25, 30 years ago. But it seems to me that that's a band that maybe you could put into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Somebody wrote a big, long think piece on, if rock and roll is a universal language, why are there no Spanish singing bands in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Fewer than 1% of the total inductees into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame have any Hispanic roots at all. Now, I think that the answer to this is largely self-evident, but it's still an interesting question. Why are there no Spanish-speaking, singing bands in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Now, the guy who wrote this article has been on some long crusade to get some band that I've never heard of into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Band from Argentina called Soda Stereo. And this guy is launching this multi-year campaign to get these guys in. But I mean, Carlos Santana is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, right? Is Richie Valens in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Probably. I don't know. I don't know. But there's a good documentary over on Netflix. It's called Break It All, if it's a subject that interests you. And it's kind of about the history of rock and roll in Latin America, in the Spanish-speaking countries. And, you know, the Rock Hall, listen, there's a lot of ground to cover in bands that sing in English before we get to some other ones, you know. There are some very, very egregious absences over in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And I'm sure that they don't mind over there that these arguments are constantly happening, because that means people are talking about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But the people who have the complaints that they have about the lack of diversity in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, those are valid complaints. It's mostly white guys in there. And, you know, they have some women. They have, a lot of R&B acts. I mean, that's where your, black artists are going to get represented. But there aren't a lot of Hispanic or Latino artists in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Now, again, I've never heard of Soda Stereo before. But this guy thinks that they should absolutely be in there. But it made me think of the Gypsy Kings. Hispanics are 20% of the U.S. population. And that's only going to go up. So, I don't know. Think about it. But first, we got to get in. Who do we have to get in first? First, we have to get
Metallica.
Metallica's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
U2.
I think U2 is in the Rock. Is U2 in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I think
Foo
they are.
Fighters.
Foo Fighters is in.
Oh, Rolling Stones.
Yeah, they've been in for a minute. Yep.
Man.
Next, you're going to say the Who.
Everybody's in there then.
Uh-huh.
The Beatles?
U2 got into the Rock Hall in 2005. Wow. They were inducted by Bruce Springsteen. because Bono inducted Springsteen in 1999. So he was returning the favor.
How about your Fall Out Boys?
I love them.
What about the Fall Out Boys?
I don't think they're eligible yet.
Not yet.
Does it have
but
to be 35 years?
25 years.
Oh, then they're coming
You're
up
thinking
on
of
it.
President of the United
When did they
States.
form? Like the 2000s?
Like 99.
99, yeah, late 90s.
Yeah.
Locally, at least. I was driving my daughter to school this morning. She likes that kind of music, and there was a Fall Out Boy song on. And it's a good song. Listen, I think that those guys, when I hear them, I'll tap my toe. They're fine. But my thought is, and I haven't seen them live, Mary, they're your favorite band.
Mm-hmm.
They're such a heavily compressed and produced band. And they're not going to, they're really not going to replicate the tenor of those songs live.
They are very, very good live.
I'm not saying they're not good live. I'm saying that their songs are so heavily produced that I'm curious how that translates live. You know, there's some bands, what you hear is kind of what you get live. There's other people who don't care about that. They don't care about that transition from recorded to live. But
Yeah,
it's
but nowadays you can make that sound in a live venue.
You can, but I'm not talking about effects on your microphone. I'm talking about like a heavily Fall Out Boy is a very produced band.
Well,
and so
I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but them live sounds like them recorded.
them live sounds like them recorded.
Like their CD, like they
sound
very, very
much like
good
their
live.
albums.
Like
yeah.
they sound almost identical to their albums.
So that means that they're running a lot of effects then and things.
Or
because
it's not as heavily produced as you think it is.
Well, I mean, I've been doing this a long, long time. I know what things sound like when they're very heavily produced and compressed, and that's what those songs sound like. Here, I'll play you what I heard this morning, because I like the song. It's a good song. But this song, right?
This song,
My songs know what you did in the dark.
Song friggin' rips live.
Okay,
dude.
but I'm just saying that it... I'm just saying, there's a lot of like,
That's the part. They have pyros during that part.
Yeah, because they want to distract you from the fact they're not hitting the notes. That's what I'm asking.
Not
like that.
True.
Oh,
I mean, it's
come
just not
on.
true. I probably have a live version of that song on my phone right now. Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
No.
When's the last
Listen,
time I
I
saw
believe you. I'm just. I was thinking of that this morning as I was listening to that. I was like, I wonder what this sounds like live, because I bet it don't sound like this.
Oh, no,
And there's nothing wrong with
a
that.
live version on YouTube.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that, for most people, their exposure to a song is they hear the produced version.
All right. Hold on. I'm at the concert. I've gotten there, but I don't know if I have that song.
Are you squealing through the whole thing?
Yeah, with joy
Dance.
and pain, sunshine and rain.
It's just, I mean, I recorded like pretty much the whole friggin' album.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. So,
Is that
okay.
the live one?
Yes, that's the
Oh,
live
play
one.
it again. I was listening to my phone. What was wrong with it?
Yeah.
He's a chubby guy. I mean, he's probably.
Well, no, I don't. No, he's in way better shape than he was a long time ago. Once those guys blew up, he's like, oh, I got to lose some weight. This ain't gonna work anymore. I got girls that want to take me backstage.
But you already
Yeah,
played
it's
one,
played,
so you don't have to hear it off my phone. But
No, it's a catchy song, man. It really is. But when you hear things where they're clearly like a lot of studio things going on, because obviously on the album you want it to sound good. You want it to sound big and thick and however you want it to sound.
are you saying the music sounds different or his voice sounds different?
Well, when they're like, I'm on fire, that's a heavily
you're talking
produced.
about his voice.
Well, no, that's all of them. That is a produced choral effect that's going in. And my question was, are they replicating that on stage with the effect, or are they singing it as they're singing it there, in which they're not going to hit those notes in the same way? And it's the latter. There's nothing wrong with it. I was curious because I've never seen them live. I mean, when they were just coming up as a local band in Chicago, like they couldn't get arrested. So when they really blew up, everybody was like, oh yeah, these guys are great. But it was like, people gave them a hard time locally. I think undeserved. That music was not my vibe, but I thought what they were doing was, I got why people dug them. I'm going to talk to Paul Reiser here in a little bit. I talked to him on Zoom this morning. He's got a film that he wrote and he directed called The Problem with People. And I forgot that he was in Stranger Things, because a lot of people, I was talking to somebody about Paul Reiser being in Stranger Things, and they were like, oh, I bailed after like the second season. And he was in later seasons, I think, Paul Reiser.
I think he was in the second season.
Was he really in the second season? I remember Matthew Modine being in there kind of the whole way through, but I couldn't remember when Paul Reiser
When's that
popped
last season
up.
coming out?
Oh, my God. The last season should have been the last season. It was such a slog. And then they were like, we're going to do one more. I'm like, you're going to do one more?
I thought it was good.
Did you?
Uh-huh.
It took forever to just do a circle. I was like, oh, my God. The episodes were like an hour and 20 minutes. That's why I thought it was the last season. I thought it was the final season.
I thought it was good.
I only watched the first one.
Did you? The first season?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't watch all of it.
Kids are 30 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? They're all...
Their kids are going to get stuck in the upside down.
Yeah, man. Okay, well, let me get to Paul Reiser then.
More than 6 but fewer than 10 minutes with somebody on the phone.
I don't have to tell you who Paul Reiser is, obviously. He's been in a lot of films. I was mentioning this yesterday. He was one of the first comedians I can recall who he and Jerry Seinfeld were putting out books that were selling a lot, back in the late 80s, early 90s. Last time he was in here, I pulled out an old copy of a comic relief cassette that he was on that I loved from the 80s. Hey, Paul.
Hello.
How are you, man?
I'm well. How you doing?
I rewatched Aliens the other night.
God bless you for that.
In every subsequent iteration of that franchise, I'm like, how is Burke the guy that they never were able to figure out how to do anything with? In those sci-fi franchises, they can freeze people and bring them back, and they can do whatever they want to do. They can do revisionist history however they want to do it.
We did put out recently a what if series of comic books, Marvel comic books. And the premise was, what if Burke had lived? And it was revised, talk about revisionist history. It was what I had always been joking for 35 years. It's like, Burke was not a bad guy. There was a reason that he even wanted to bring the alien back to. So if you read the comic books, you'll see I was actually a very good guy.
I love those. I grew up a comic book nerd, and I particularly loved that what if franchise. So this is the first I'm hearing of that. That's amazing.
Oh, really? Well, we got to get our publicity team on that because that's not fair. It's been out in fact, actually next week or in 2 weeks, they're releasing the book of all 5 comic books together. So you should check it out. And my son worked on that, and he's sort of another comic book nerd, and he actually wrote some great stuff. So it was a thrill to actually have that come out in revised history in a good way.
Yeah, no, I love it. I'm going to grab whatever that compilation is. I'm going to tear through it.
Go at it.
So the movie here, this is something that you wrote, yes?
Yes. The movie is called The Problem with People, and it opens this Friday in theaters and on wherever you can buy and rent your movies. And this is a movie I had wanted to make for a long time. I've been working on this. And the original idea was, I just want to go to Ireland. That was as much as I had figured out. And so I had always wanted to make a movie there. So I came up with this story of why would my, diehard New York character have to go to Ireland. And the story we came up with, I wrote it with a buddy of mine, and the story is, these are 2 cousins. Colm Meaney is the Irish side of the family. I'm the American side of the family. And we never heard of each other, never met each other. We just know that our grandfathers had a fight, and they were brothers, and they fell apart, and they never spoke to each other. And all the generations afterwards grew up knowing, don't trust the other side. The Irish don't trust the Americans. The Americans don't trust the Irish. And, and then suddenly his father, who's like 90, said, all this conflict in the world, people fighting. Why are people fighting? They were all the same. Why? There's no reason for this conflict and division, even our own family. And he gets the idea, before I die, I want you to find our American side of the family and settle this, make peace. And so that's the opening scene of the movie. Is I get a call from this cousin I've never heard of. He said, I think we're related, and let's put a stop to this. And I go to Ireland on his invitation to raise a glass in friendship. And we raise a glass and we embrace, and then it goes bad. Just because that's the problem with people, that we're just always going to find something to be a little bit suspicious and mistrusting about the other people. And like, why was he so nice? There must be a reason he was inviting me. And, so at the heart of the movie is this sort of big, not issue, but this big question of like, how do you solve world peace? What's the secret? And we took it to a very small scale. Like, what about two guys from one family? Can they get their act together? And the answer is not really. It's hard.
Well, that's the beauty of it too, is you're not dealing with problems that are so big that they seem unsolvable. The comedy and the drama comes from the minutia.
Yeah, exactly. And it's in all of us. And like, if you get right down to it, you put two people on an island, they're going to fight about something. And that's what happens here. But, and I tell people it is about something. It's about world peace and sheep. Those are the two issues. But it's really it's set in the beautiful countryside of Ireland, and the cast is all Irish, other than Jane Levy, who plays my daughter.
Who's great too.
Yeah, she's a fantastic actress. And everyone else, Colomini, and the cast is all Irish, and the crew is Irish. And it's a really fun, it goes down really easy. And what I have been really excited to see and gratified is that the few audiences that we screened it for, they were laughing at all the things they're supposed to laugh at. And they were moved by all the things. And they all left with this feeling of, you know what? I'm going to call my brother. I don't know why I haven't spoken to my brother, but I'm going to call my friend. We had this falling out. I went, well, that's fantastic. I couldn't really hope for that, but I did.
Well, you'd probably be hard pressed to find anyone who doesn't have some familial tension.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you often don't even know why.
Yeah.
I mean, you inherit these things, right? We get these things from our parents. Like, we don't talk to that other family. Why? I don't remember why, but don't trust them.
I mean, I'm Irish, and I've been to Dublin a couple of times over the past 10 years, and I've been fortunate to travel a lot of places around the world. And I don't think it's just because I have a heritage connection, but Ireland is just so goddamn beautiful that you're standing there and you're like, I want to go. Every time I think about a place I want to go back to that I visited before, it's always Ireland.
Yeah, it's so true. And I don't even have that that I'm aware of. I don't have that genetic connection. People say, well, what's your connection? And here's the only thing. Remember Angela's Ashes?
Yeah.
Great. So that was written by Frank McCourt. Frank McCourt was my 10th grade English teacher.
Okay.
and I said, that's the extent of my Irish family.
Yeah.
That's as far back
But what
as I
a
go,
connection.
10th grade. Yeah, it's crazy. And actually, there was one point when Angela's Ashes was still on the charts, and my first book, Couple, came out, and I said, when has that ever happened? That the number 1 and number 2 books on the New York Times bestseller list were a guy and his high school teacher.
Right.
I don't think that's happened.
I was mentioning yesterday when I was talking about you were going to be on the show today, and I mentioned, Paul Reiser. I said between he and Seinfeld, those were really the first 2 comics that had huge books, and you did a series of them. I'm like, now everybody kind of does that, but back then that wasn't that common.
No. Yeah. It was. Jerry did the first one, and the same team that approached him came to me and said, "Do you want to do one?" And I said, "Oh, Jerry did it. I guess it's been done. It's possible." And then the couplehood and the babyhood and family. So I got to do a bunch of it, which were fun. But anyway, this movie, I got to say, so many times. It's been nice in the last few years. I've been invited to go play in other people's worlds, and Stranger Things and The Boys and Kominsky Method. And this movie, on the other hand, is something that I got to actually come up with and see, come to fruition. So now it's finally out, and it's like, I kind of can't believe it. Just like I've been talking about this and wanting to do this for so long. And I got to say, we're all so thrilled with how it came out. It's like, yes, that's the movie we wanted to make. So I hope you get to see it, and I hope people go watch it, because it's funny and sweet and hopefully about something.
It's called The Problem with People. It's in theaters this weekend. Paul Reiser's in it. He wrote it. Before I let you go, I'm super bummed about Reboot going away. That's just from me to you.
You and me both.
Yeah, I loved it. Listen, I'm going to let you go, Paul. I always love talking to you. Good luck with the film, and I appreciate your time, pal.
Thank you so much. Always good to see you.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
There's Paul Reiser. Paul Reiser Official is where you'll find him on Instagram. The Problem with People is the movie. I got to take a break. We're going to get to Mayor's Science Fair. We got Whoopsie's Week 5 NFL picks later on as well. Comedian John Brown is going to stop by. He's headlining the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls tomorrow night. I will have another $1,000 for you. 3:30 is that next keyword coming up to grab some money from the Buzzard bookie.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart
Hey, you want to join Bill for a Halloween party on the 26th? Oddfellows Medina is doing their second annual Halloween bash and costume contest. And young Bill Squire is going to be your master of ceremonies. It is Saturday, October 26th at the Common Ground in Medina. Casino-style gambling. DJ Pauly Moist is going to be spinning. Disco Inferno is going to play live. And Bill will be your host. There are VIP tables available. Tickets and info and everything else at medinaoddfellows.org. So this pair of tickets for you to be there. Work on your costume. There's $1,000 on the line. A good luck caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Let's be real. Sleeping with your teacher is hot. Just be careful if you're homeschooled. Mom, stop it!
Now back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Oh, boy. Man, I'm really wobbly today. I don't know what's going on. I'm like super dizzy today.
Oh.
I was going to pass out in this commercial break.
Oh, we should leave so
Now
you can
shut up, Mary.
So you can make sure you have the proper health
We're out
care.
tomorrow. We're out Friday. I'm getting preempted by the Guardians on Monday. I can't even do a show on Monday. We got playoff baseball.
We're not doing any show on Monday?
No, I'm running like 90 minutes of best of, and then the Guardians start at 3:30.
You're on vacation anyway.
Yeah, you're gone all next
I
week.
know, but I'm just saying. Alan, your health is important, and we need to get
I know it is. I'm just
not-
really, really wobbly today, and I don't know why.
But think of how many people are like, oh, Alan's wobbly today. He might pass out on air. We better tune in.
But if they hear me say that, they're already tuned in.
No, but they're saying it to other people. They're calling.
Oh, they're
their
telling
friends.
other
Yeah,
people.
They're going, oh,
hey, Alan might pass out. They go, who?
You better turn on.
I don't know who that
is.
is. I don't listen. Next week on the show, I will have Dane Cook tickets for you. This will be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because I'm also already out next Friday. So now
we don't know what the schedule is,
right.
so who knows?
So now we're down to 3 days next week with the Guardians.
Yeah.
I will have more tickets for you for Bill's thing with Oddfellows Medina. I will have Dane Cook tickets for you. He's doing the 24th at the Akron Civic Theater. One Dark Night. That's a big Halloween performance at the Agora. I'll read it for you. A musical gathering of freaks, geeks, and fans of all things horror and Halloween. And then Guar tickets and passes for the Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory down there in Akron, Ohio. So that's all next week. What were you saying?
I had a meeting with the people last night for the Medina Oddfellows, and I am very excited about that. It's going to be a very good time.
Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds like it.
Yeah.
Now, what did you have to meet with them about? They like
we just kind of
did they need to okay your costume?
No, but they did like the idea. I have a good one. I'll reveal it later. But we just went over like the events of the evening. There's going to be a lot of auction stuff, silent auction and actual like an auctioneer and stuff. And it's pretty good.
Wait, it's going to be silent or they're going to have an auctioneer?
They're going to have both.
Oh, both. A loud and a silent auction.
Yeah.
Will there be hog calling?
No, but
it is Medina.
I believe there will be a Michael Jordan signed jersey.
Oh,
which is pretty sweet.
Will there be a Michael Jordan costume contest?
Oh, I mean, you can dress up as one.
But we should probably tell people, don't do the full Jordan. Don't do that.
What if you're black?
Well, then fine. But in any other situation, don't do that. Gene from Parma called. He's very excited for Halloween.
Last year for Halloween, I had a little kid come to my house dressed as a pirate. And I said, where are your buccaneers? And he said, behind my bucket hat. Gene from Parma.
Gene from Parma.
I love it. Under my bucking hat. How about that? Gene from Parma. Swinging in on a chandelier. He's burying the lead, though. You know who that kid was that went to his door last year dressed as a pirate?
Who's that?
It was me. My costume was so good that he thought I was a kid, Bill. And I was doing the dwarf thing. So I walked up to the door with my knees on my shoes. That's right. And he said, I said, under my bucking hat. How do you like that? I got more money for you in a few minutes, about 5 to be precise, $1,000, about 30 past every hour. Boy, I wonder why I feel like the way I do today.
What'd you eat?
I actually had lunch today. Like I had a salad. I had my protein shake this morning. I've been drinking water. I don't know.
Maybe you're getting sick.
I don't feel like that. It's just I kind of feel like a bobblehead today. Like I'm really wobbly. Like I'm kind of dizzy. I've been up later than I normally am the past couple of nights, but I don't know that that's got anything to do with it.
Little sleep deprived also.
But I always feel sleep deprived. Like I don't ever feel like I got a good night's sleep.
Did you have a lot of caffeine?
Today? I haven't had any.
Oh, maybe that. Do you normally?
Not really. I did yesterday, I guess. But, I mean,
That could be something.
Mm-hmm.
Is it because you're homosexual?
I hadn't thought about that,
Okay,
but there's that guy who's constantly... I don't think that he's been leaving messages today either. I mean, what would that have to do with me feeling dizzy?
I don't know.
I don't feel hot or anything like that. It's just if I move my head from side to side, I feel like I'm going to... All right, if I move my head at all. I have to move my head. I mean, it's on...
Bit, but you don't got to move it like
I don't
the way
move
you
like
were.
this. Oh, I feel so dizzy when I do this. It's terrible. Oh, it's awful.
Does your heart feel okay? Does it feel
Yeah,
like
my
your
heart feels fine.
Is racing or pounding or anything like that?
It goes like 4 beats a minute. It doesn't do much. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so it feels normal. No, nothing like that. That's what I mean. That's why I can't zero in on what's happening, because the only thing is like the dizziness. It's
Did
not
you
even
smoke meth?
Oh, damn it.
Hey, you always forget.
You know what? I knew that if I workshopped it with you guys, we'd figure it out. That's exactly what it was.
They say meth ain't that bad.
Yeah, that guy says that, but I have learned. No, I didn't smoke meth.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
No, I was kidding,
I'm all
Bill.
about ideas.
I was joking around. I was just joshing about the methamphetamine. No, I don't know. How are you feeling, Mary? You were under the weather.
I'm still
are under the weather.
Yeah, I still have like a stuffy nose, and when I wake up in the morning, I have to like clear it all out. It's nasty and green in there, and then my ears are acting up. But I'm hoping it's not going to be too bad.
Well, those have been going around too. I've been talking to ears have been going around. Yeah, buccaneers, according to Gene from Parma. No, people getting grown-ups getting ear infections.
I hope it's not.
I was ear infection a few years ago, and it was the
honestly
worst.
It's terrible.
That might be it, Alan. Your center of balance is in your ear. So if you feel dizzy and wobbly, it could be something with your ears.
I guess it could, but again, as a kid, I was prone. I was never sick or anything, but if I got anything, it was an ear infection, and those things make you want to cut your head off. So I don't feel anything like that. Maybe you're right. Who knows? I mean, we're gone the next couple of days, or maybe something will happen there. I don't know. But today, it's just very, very weird. It's a very strange sensation. I don't feel under the
medication, nothing like that.
I don't take medications. No, I'm not on any prescriptions or anything. So I don't. No, it's just been. I don't know. That's why I couldn't figure out what was happening. Maybe the meth. Maybe.
Not falling for that again. You already said it was a joke.
But maybe I was joking then.
Oh. Well, now
maybe
I'm
I was
all confused. Now I'm the one that's spinning.
Doing the old switcheroo. Oh, that guy. Bill and Mary are going to be at a comedy festival in Northwest Arkansas, the NWA. And speaking of Arkansas, this is more southwest Arkansas. This is a town called Gurdon. It's 90 minutes from Little Rock. And everybody laughed at this guy a couple of years ago. Everybody had a good old hoot over Willie McNabb. How do I kill the 30 to 50 feral hogs that run into my yard while my small kids play? Everybody, ha, ha, ha. This guy, 30 to 50, we did it too. 30 to 50 feral hogs got to be like a meme and a phrase. Well, guess what?
You did it.
Feral hogs are back in Arkansas. So these hogs are having the last laugh, and they're taking over this small town. And now everybody's thinking about Willie McNabb because he was right. And now what are they going to do?
Is living through an inconvenience no one wants to have. 5 days ago, he noticed his yard was pulled apart by wild hogs.
I had minimal damage, a little bit up on the ditch edge and a very little down there in the other part of the yard. But as the days continue, they have done more damage, taking over a good portion of that backyard.
Hawley says he believes the hogs are finding their way into the yards of many due to clear cutting, dry weather, and prolific breeding, causing damage like this in front yards and even the local cemetery.
What they do is their front leg has basically one.
Prolific breeding in the local cemetery. That means these feral hogs are banging it out on like gravestones and stuff. Man, that's baller. That's punk rock.
They bend that knuckle down, lay that on the ground, and then they go down, and that's when they use their snout to do all their devastation, digging for grubs and roots and whatever they're looking for to feed on.
While Hawley works to clean up this pigsty, he's worried about one thing.
Problem is, we're afraid they're going to come back.
That's why the Arkansas Department of Agriculture has initiated the Feral Hog Eradication Task Force, aimed at providing Arkansans like Hawley with solutions to remove the public nuisance.
The Feral Hog Task Force is out there. Now, like I said, this is southwest Arkansas, right? You're closer to Little Rock, almost to Shreveport. You guys are going to be in Bentonville? Where are you going to be?
Yeah, Bentonville.
In the NWA?
Yep.
Are you concerned at all about the proliferation of feral hogs in northwest Arkansas? Will you get... No? You won't get there and ask if they have a feral hog eradication task force?
I mean, we can ask. Never hurts to ask.
If you will. Because
all I say is Hakuna Matata.
If 30 to 50 feral hogs are bearing down in this guy's property, it might be worth looking into. Imagine what the stories you'd have, though, if you were doing a comedy show. Is this an outdoor thing or an indoor thing?
Indoor.
I think it's indoor.
Imagine if the festival was overrun with, I don't know, let's say 30 to 50 feral hogs. You have a hell of a story. How was the festival?
Hog wild.
We were in hog heaven. Anyway, we're trying to figure that out. We have some bureau chiefs in the great state of Arkansas, so there you go. We got some people in Little Rock. And again, you know, like I said, we all laughed at Willie McNabb. Ha, ha, ha. But he knew something we didn't know. These feral hogs, albeit adorable, let's not lie, very real threats, right? You really jam up your farmland, as it were. And they carry diseases. They can put you in a state of, as the name implies, dis-ease. So while you guys are there, I'm merely thinking of your well-being. Mary's already under the weather. Don't get near any hogs.
Try not to.
They can carry diseases. Here's money, and then we'll get to Mayor Science Fair.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Yeah, it's short, just so you know.
That's fine. Doesn't have to be any length. $1,000 here from the Buzzard Bookie. You get these about 30 past every hour. So last couple for the day here on this program. And so listen closely, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Before we get into the science, let me get into the science from the listeners. Maybe being gay made you dizzy.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not gay. Alan, my daughter, got sent home because she was feeling dizzy. Other people have said vertigo. I don't feel anything in my ears. May you probably have too much lib in your equilibrium. I am a lefty.
That's funny.
Maybe your face has gotten so large, it's throwing off your equilibrium.
Oh.
That could be it.
I just put all of your symptoms into WebMD, and it says that you're gay, is what that's. Dizziness might be low vitamin D. No, I take vitamin D every day. Weather changed the pressure in the atmosphere. Maybe it's affecting your sinuses. My sinuses don't feel it. Anyway, I don't mean to crowdsource this, but I'm always, curious what things are happening to our customers. All right, Mary, are you ready? Do you need any preamble here, any setup, anything like that? Okay.
Now it's time for
Weather Whether you were a fan of BET's Comic View in the 90s or just listened to Bill yesterday at the end of the show, we've all heard the phrase, women be shopping. Well, it's a hack joke at this point. While it's a hack joke at this point, there are plenty of studies and overdue credit card statements to prove it. Sure, in the United States, women are directly or indirectly responsible for up to $14 trillion, or 80% of consumer spending per year. But are we biologically predisposed to this behavior? I apologize. To this behavior. Daniel Kruger, an evolutionary psychologist at the University of Michigan, argues that it's natural for women to love to shop and men to hate it because of our evolutionary past. Men were the hunters in our ancestral cultures, so when they find like a satisfactory specimen, whether it's an elk or a pair of shoes, they want to shoot it and get it before it gets away. Women, by contrast, were the primary gatherers in the early hunter-gatherer culture, so they feel a need to check on every berry in the bush to make sure they're getting the best deal. So, ladies, next time your man gets on your case about spending habits or how long it takes to make it through Target or if you really need an entire new living room setup for each season, just remind him that you are simply fulfilling your gatherer instincts and it's literally not your fault. That's it.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to make her work for it. She was shopping for an outro.
Science is a liar sometimes.
All right. Well, there you go.
There you go.
Women be shopping.
Because of science.
Because of
we were
science.
the gatherers.
Uh-huh.
And men were the hunterers.
Okay.
Interesting, huh?
Alan, maybe it's low blood sugar. Drink some Mountain Dew and see if you feel better.
There you go.
Oh, I don't want to do that, Bill. Well, if I have to, I have to.
Doctor's orders.
No, today was going to be all water, so I'm going to stick with that, and I'm, whatever. Alan, what you're describing sounds like a condition called gay vertigo. All right, boy, people have gotten really comfortable with that stuff now that Pound Cake's not around to scream them into submission anymore.
Is that what he would do?
Nature abhors a vacuum. I mean, come on. That's your science right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That is interesting, though. The hunter-gatherer thing,
Yeah,
I think that's interesting.
I thought so too.
Now, I don't know if that'll work as a defense in a modern-day relationship,
Well,
but guys have come up with dumber stuff than that.
Literal science.
Yep.
So the guy at Michigan University said so.
And go blue.
I have to. There was a bunch of like interesting articles. I mean, some of them were annoying. It was like about the shopping habits of men and women, but it all came back to like women take longer and don't have a problem because it's like, yeah, we've biologically done this since the beginning of time, where you do have to inspect and make sure each berry isn't going to kill your family. That's why you want to spend so much time at the rack.
Right. Or in the produce section.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever
Any kind
it may
of shopping.
be. Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure those berries or that new dress you want won't kill your family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The dress specifically.
Yeah.
You've heard the phrase dress to kill?
I sure have.
That's where it came from.
Yeah. From the hunter-gatherer, Pliocene era. All right, good. Congratulations. Well done.
Thanks.
Alan, I heard you can cure yourself by eating a whole banana rectally. It's not eating, right?
Consuming.
That would be inserting it. Be soaking a banana.
I don't think that'll work. Don't try that.
Well, too late. I've already.
Is it already started?
Well, no, I've already peeled it. I've already peeled it, and once the launch sequence has been started, I can't stop it. So
Anytime my head feels dizzy, it's usually food or beverage related.
Food or beverage related.
Either not enough or something different or something new.
I mean, most days I barely eat anything. So today, where I actually did, and I've been kind of, I mean, hopefully I haven't gotten to the point where when I do things I'm supposed to do, my equilibrium gets thrown off. I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out. I'll be fine.
You're going to make it.
I'm going to make it. The show must something.
Okay.
I've got Sonic Temple passes for you after this break. It's coming up the 8th through the 11th of May. So we're going to be sitting on these until next spring, but it's Metallica and Rob Zombie and Alice in Chains and Alice Cooper and Killswitch and Chevelle and Testament and Obituary and blah, blah, blah. 100-plus bands going to be out there. I will have the 4-day stadium passes for you. GA weekend passes. They are up to 4 days now at Sonic Temple down there in Columbus. So if you hit me up for those, I'll have them after the break. 35192. Text me for anything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to set you up for Sonic Temple. They announced Metallica will be making Sonic Temple a stop on their M72 tour, which has traditionally been Friday and Sunday nights in the same city. Two completely different set lists, two different openers. Sonic Temple, no different. That Friday night opener will be Rob Zombie. The Sunday night opener, Alice in Chains. And then 100-plus bands on the docket for Sonic Temple. Alice Cooper and Killswitch Engage, and Chevelle and Obituary and Testament and Ice Nine Kills. And it is set to be one of the heaviest, I think, Sonic Temple lineups in some time. And they have plenty more bands to announce. 4-day GA weekend stadium passes for you. The whole thing is the 8th through the 11th of May. You can go to sonictemplefestival.com for all the details and tickets. Car 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Not doing our metal show Saturday night. Taking the week off from 2 hours to midnight. But we will return next Saturday, the 12th. We are also going to get preempted this coming Monday for Guardians playoff baseball. They've announced the times for the first handful of games. Saturday, that first game is going to be a 1:08 first pitch. Your coverage begins 30 minutes prior here on MMS. And then Monday, Game 2, those first two games around the corner here at Progressive Field. Game 2 will start pregame 3:35, first pitch, against either the Tigers or the Astros. That remains to be seen who the opponent will be. But Monday afternoon, we will step aside, make way for Guardians playoff baseball. Your first pitch on Monday is at 4:08 p.m., and then we will return on Tuesday. I don't know what the remainder of that schedule looks like, but they've laid out the first 3 days of games, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday there. A lot of people excited about Metallica at Sonic Temple. Brian called. He was singing Metallica when he called in.
Great is of sanity. Hear them calling me.
He sounds exactly like James Hetfield. I hope that, you'll see videos. Sometimes bands are in concert and there'll be some fan in the front there. They'll bring them up. A lot of times it's a kid who's, a drummer. Put him behind the kid at a Green Day show or something. Maybe we can get Brian on stage with Metallica. We have that kind of pull? Probably not.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? You never believed in me, Mary. I don't know where that comes from, but you never...
I don't know, man.
Never believed in me. Oh, did you watch the debate last night?
I did.
And thoughts?
I did not.
I thought a lot of things, Alan. No, I thought it was a very nice, civil, polite debate. I liked it. I was like, dude, is this what debates were like before Donald Trump was screaming over everybody? Like this, it felt refreshing.
Well, these guys, there was
civil.
There was nothing on the line for these guys.
But still, nobody was talking over one another. Nobody was name calling. Nobody was cutting it. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I haven't watched a normal debate in 10 years.
I guess so. I mean, I certainly didn't consider it normal. I mean, J.D. Vance that's a dangerous dude, boy. Tim Walz was too nice. I think last night was the night he should have kind of come knives out a little bit, but
I don't know if he has it in him, dude.
Well, you're going to need some of that. I mean, J.D. Vance, puts a really nice polished face on some real vile stuff. And so it came across as nice.
I meant nice between the two.
No, I understand. They were very cordial.
Yes, that's what I meant. No, but I mean, what he was saying, yeah, definitely. I mean, Tim
Well,
Walz,
just from the jump though, when Tim Walz was saying nuclear, I was like, oh no.
I tweeted that. I was like, no,
not nuclear. People used to make fun of,
George W. Bush. That was a big
Bush
thing.
for nuclear and Tim Walz nuclear.
Well, and I cracked out. I laughed out loud when Tim Walz went over his time, and she was like, "Governor, we're out of time." And he was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I was like, "Dude, how can you hate this guy? How can
Minnesota
you hate
nice.
this guy?"
Well, it took almost it was really the very end. Nobody had like a viral moment or a knockout punch or anything. But Tim Walz at the very end talking about like, hey, this is why Mike Pence isn't up here, right? Because Trump told people to go kill the last guy, so that's why you're up here, J.D. Vance. Because, when he asked him at the end, do you believe that Trump lost the election? And J.D. Vance, because he can't say yes.
He was like, "You guys kicked people off Facebook. Let's talk about censorship."
Right, whatever the hell that meant.
That was his response.
Right. I don't even know why they're continuing with this charade, by the way. Even Trump finally admitted he lost. I don't know why J.D. Vance has to go up there and pretend that Trump didn't lose the election. I don't know why that's still the third rail of Republican politics. I don't get it. But, and again, the stakes were zero for these guys. I know J.D. Vance was whining when they were fact-checking him, but, but he put a very nice, cordial face to a lot of ridiculous things. Well, and so anybody watching, you already know who your guy is. And whoever your guy is, people think that's who won. Fox and Friends this morning, they were baffled that the polling results from last night were even. Because obviously they think that J.D. Vance wiped the floor with Tim Walz. And I'm like, yeah, now you know how we feel when we read that somehow Trump and Kamala Harris are in a dead heat. Yeah. Welcome to the party, pal. How they're sitting there going, how are these two in it? But again, nobody runs for vice president. And so their comments obviously were for the top of the ticket. The reason you can keep it cordial is because these two dudes aren't going to be making policy. They don't have to answer for anything, right? They're going to be the vice president. And so they're not on the hook for anything. So it's easy to keep it cordial.
I mean, to your point about him putting a nice face on, I mean, I don't know if it's because he's so much younger than the other three, but it felt like he was very put together, not over-rehearsed. Like, he looks and sounds good on camera. J.D. Vance does. I'm not saying
I didn't realize he was as young as he is.
He said he was 40.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that reminded me.
He
I think
just turned 40. He was 39
I think
when
so.
they
Yeah.
announced,
I think he's like the youngest vice presidential candidate ever, maybe. But yeah, that's the thing. There are a couple of terms that have really blown up in the Trump era. One of them is unhinged. That word gets used a lot. And now you see this word sane washing. You'll see this in a lot of articles. And sane washing basically means like taking Trump's mendacious word salads and vile commentary and paraphrasing them in a way that pretends that he's somehow actually making a lot of sense. And that's kind of what J.D. Vance was doing last night. He was very calmly and quietly like gaslighting women on abortion.
Yes.
And lying about Trump tried to save Obamacare. And people are like, are you insane? He most definitely did not. He tried repeatedly to kill Obamacare. What are you talking about?
My big issue that I took with the whole abortion thing was that he was like, it should be governed by the states. People believe things in different states. And, Texas believes very differently than Oregon does or whatever he said. And then, like, in the next argument, he was saying that families should have choices and that they're going to try to make health care or child care more affordable and there to be more options. And what blew me away was that I was like, okay, so you do believe in a woman's right to choose, just not when she starts her family. She should be forced to start a family and then you get options.
Except they won't give you any options. Those aren't people looking.
He's saying.
Right, of course. But that's not a party looking to budget more for child care. Once the kid gets squeezed out, you're on your own.
Yeah.
But he's also on record like there should be a national abortion ban. So it's...
He wouldn't answer that question last
Well, of course
night.
not.
They asked him
It's like when they asked him
three
about
times.
they asked him about
answer
climate
it.
change. They're like, okay, so your guy says, talking about Trump. They're like, you're going to be Trump's vice president if he wins. He thinks climate change is a hoax. What do you think? And he's like, well,
Did they ask him why Trump doesn't have the same vice president as when he was president?
What do you mean?
Like, why was this spot available?
Well, no, that's what I said
Yeah.
a few minutes ago. Is I'm like, Tim Walz towards the end was like, that's why you're here.
Yeah.
Because, they were trying to hang Mike Pence because your guy said that the election was stolen.
There
So-
was one other thing that he said that I was like,
But yeah,
this is-
but it was cordial. I mean, but again, there were zero stakes. I like that Margaret Brennan. She looked a little strange last night, but she hosts Face the Nation, and she's been with CBS for a long time. But I think she's pretty cute. I think that Nora O'Donnell's foxy too.
There was another policy thing that I can't remember. Oh, when he kept saying that we need to turn to common sense instead of experts, that J.D. Vance repeatedly said that experts shouldn't be trusted when it comes to healthcare. And Tim Walz straight up turned around and was like, no. On our side, we trust physicians and we trust women. And he kept, quoting things from the Mayo Clinic and saying, this is why Minnesota's #1 in healthcare, because we trust experts. And a couple of times J.D. Vance was like, we don't need to listen to experts. We need to get back to, he kept calling it common sense theory or something like that. But essentially saying, no, these doctors and lawyers and people who've put in tens of thousands of hours doing what they're doing, well, it doesn't really make sense. So let's think
Right.
about what actually makes sense.
Well, that's laying the groundwork for if those guys win, where they just like blow out all kinds of federal agencies and people who know things and things like that. But again, that the common sense phrase, that's like a folksy thing that everybody uses because they know most people in their own brains have their own sense of what that is, right? And people go, common sense solutions. Everybody's kind of like, I kind of have a vague idea of what you're talking about. But, yeah, I don't know. I would have liked to have seen Tim Walz be a little bit, put J.D. Vance a little bit more on his heels.
I didn't even expect that. It's just not who he is. They agreed. I felt like the two of them were, or at least saying, I agree with what he said, but blah, 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 blah. It was very polite.
I just think it's wild that J.D. Vance is a senator from Ohio, and he has made life awful for people there in Springfield because they kept pushing the whole immigrants eating people's pets thing.
Well, Tim Walz called him out on that last night.
I know, that's what, but it's kind of like that was still a passing thing. I mean, I'm sure that's the one thing that everybody was kind of had at the forefront of their minds, but yeah, it was all right. It was fine. I don't think anybody was expecting fireworks.
No, but I do think, like I said, J.D. Vance does very well in front of a camera. I think he was.
As long as he's not ordering donuts.
So does he wear eyeliner or does he just look like that?
I think he just looks
I
like
think
that.
he just looks like that. I got a friend that looks like that too, and it's like he's a comedian, and on stage I'm like, is he wearing eyeliner? No,
So it's just a pigment thing on there?
He just got like real
got real dark eyelashes. Yeah.
Yeah. I was reading about, if you were a mail carrier, it used to be that you only had to worry about dogs. Things have gotten so contentious for a lot of people now that you got to worry. There was a guy in Michigan. This is Farmington Hills. This is suburban Detroit.
Right by Royal Oak.
Yeah. Who assaulted a mail carrier because the mail carrier was just in the guy's mail was a Harris for President mailer. We all get these, right? You're going to get Sherrod Brown. You're going to get Bernie Moreno. You're going to get.
It's like attacking someone. Like, I don't want these Arby's coupons.
or just
like
a random catalog or something. The penny saver punches the guy in the face. Yeah.
You think I want this Kohl's Cash? Get out of here.
Value pack.
Did they send that in the mail, Kohl's Cash?
Oh, yeah.
I don't ever. All my mail is junk mail, but I don't ever get anything like that. I get like the Val pack. From whatever mailing lists I was on 20 years ago, I still get like a lot of clothing catalogs and things. A 61-year-old guy was charged with assaulting his mail carrier. And of course, I want you to brace yourself. There's no small amount of racism involved in the whole thing. What a shock. Yeah, he was really, really mad. He said he didn't want that black bitch in his mailbox. And then he called the mail carrier a black bitch and threatened her. And she sprayed him with pepper spray. Because, unfortunately, she had to.
And that's how you season a white.
And she, so she called it in or something. And the guy, I don't know if he started trying to get away through the neighborhood or he was stumbling around. I don't know. Somebody found him. And the cops came and they took him into custody. But Jesus, these mail carriers, like, they're like, this is not a glamorous.
She didn't hand pick it.
Right. And this is not a glamorous job. All right. Just can I please just put this stuff in your mailbox? I wonder if he tips at Christmas. I should get a tip. What?
No.
You don't think so?
I would say probably
Hey,
not.
sorry for the black bitch stuff. Oh.
Speaking of bitches, how about some picks?
Oh, right. Whoopsie.
Doing that right now?
Yeah.
I mean, we got that.
He's got week 5. Whoopsie's got week 5 picks. Let me find my thing here.
Okay.
Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way. Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way.
All right, so what is the preamble here? You said there was a
All
little
right.
bonus this week.
Well, she's got a little, she's got a referee's outfit this week that my girlfriend got her, and it's very cute. She is currently 10-10, so exactly 500. Last week she went 2-3, so we'll see what she does this week.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And she picks 5 games a week.
5 games a week.
Including the Browns
Always
game.
the Browns game, yeah.
They are playing the D.C. Commanders this weekend, right? On Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay, last week, Whoopsie went 2-3, bringing her total to 10-10. Yeah, we're playing. All right, she's got her referee's uniform.
Yeah, for people who aren't watching, we have the miniature football helmets. Bill puts a treat in front of each one. Whichever one she eats first is her pick.
Yeah.
All right, make your choice. Come on. Falcons over Buccaneers.
Falcons over the Buccaneers.
Yep.
Under your bucking hat.
Come on.
This is Jets v. Vikings.
Yeah, Jets Vikings. She went Jets.
Jets beating Minnesota.
That's Aaron Rodgers, yeah?
Jets, Aaron Rodgers versus Sam Darnold, who used to
Right.
play, was drafted originally by the Jets.
The Jets, right.
That's going to be a little revenge for the Jets against Darnold. Come on.
Texans over the Bills.
Texans over the Bills. That should be a good game. I think those are two 3-1 teams.
Steelers.
This is Steelers-Cowboys.
Yeah, this is a Sunday night game. Steelers-Cowboys.
Cowboys, Sunday night game.
Classic 70s matchup.
Come on.
Cowboys over the Steelers.
Yeah.
All right. And finally, Browns-Commanders.
I don't know if you noticed there's a little bit of a pattern here.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think she's
Final
taking
game.
this serious.
Browns, Commanders. Come on. And
She picks
these
DC
5
over the
picks.
Browns.
Lock them in. Falcons,
Washington.
Jets, Texans, Cowboys, Commanders.
Holy mackerel. All right, well, there you go. Bet accordingly.
And I, always do like a $10 parlay on all the picks that she makes. So this week, $10 will get me like 200. Let's see what it was. Come on. I hate that they always log you out on these stupid betting apps.
In case someone grabs your phone, they don't spend all your money.
I get it, but it's still annoying. So $10 will pay out $272 if she wins. That would be nice. Because so far has not had a perfect week. Came very close the first week, but I don't know with some of these picks. I don't think like the Jets, not a good pick there, especially in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're overseas. I forgot about that.
The Jets and the Vikings are playing where?
They're playing in England.
Rome or so? Oh, okay.
London, I believe.
All right.
I forgot that's a London game.
So it's like 11 in the morning their time or something like that?
It starts, Sunday at it starts at 9:30 a.m. our time. So it's like
What?
the evening there.
Oh, evening there, yeah. Okay. Jets, Vikes. Well, that's an exciting weekend. Of course, the Cox Out pregame, I'm going to be in Strongsville this Sunday, noon to 2, going to be a place called the Local Bar with Bud Light. So when the Browns are on the road, 3 Cox Outs in a row, by the way. Last Sunday, this, and the next Sunday. So Browns DC, we're going to watch the game there at the Local Bar in Strongsville. You got a shot to get to Vegas with this Bud Light football thing that we're playing. And so it'll be fun. I've never been to the Local Bar, so I'm looking forward to it. So if that's in your neck of the woods there in Strongsville, come out on Sunday. Guardians, one of the teams dropped by Diamond Sports Group, by the way. I don't think this is a big shock. They've been talking about this for a minute. I think it might have just been made official, but Bally Sports is owned by a company called Diamond Sports Group, and they declared bankruptcy, and they were going to drop a handful of teams. So the Guardians will need a new television partner.
I believe that the ideas that I heard bounced around is that they'd be on Amazon.
Well, they have a lot more possibilities than they would have even 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So Diamond their only baseball partnership will be with the Atlanta Braves. They dropped the Brewers, Twins, Rangers, Reds, Tigers, Royals, Angels, Marlins, Cardinals, and Tampa Bay Rays.
And I imagine they'll be dropping basketball teams too, right?
I mean, you're just, you're...
Because the Cavs are on Bally Sports, and that's probably going to get moved somewhere else.
Yeah. So, again, this has been on the wind for a while, but they have officially gone that route. I'm going to take a break here. I will have more money for you. 4:30 is your second-to-last chance today to win $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Is John Brown coming in? Yeah, he's here. Comedian John Brown is here. We'll chat with him after the break. He is headlining a show at the Funny Stop tomorrow night in Cuyahoga Falls. You want to text me for anything, 35192. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Doodle. Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Clear sky tonight, down to 47.
a medical mistake caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Accidents reported 480 West at Warrensville Center Road, outbound East Shoreway near East 152. Police with the vehicle off to the left shoulder, left lane. Cedar at South Belvoir, East 55 and Woodland. Ohio 534 at Barrett Road. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
It's the biggest mattress sale of the year at Levin. Get the guaranteed lowest prices on genuine Tempur-Pedic and Purple. Up to 6 years interest-free financing, 3 next-day delivery, and up to $300 in free gifts. The biggest mattress event of the year at Levin.
When it's game day and you're out and about but need football updates, don't worry. The iHeart app and Fox Sports Radio has you covered with Red Zone Radio. Every score, all the big plays, and the expert insights breaking down the games. Steve Hartman and former Penn State All-American Rich Ornberger kick off coverage at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Jets take a 14-10 lead.
Dan Byer and former NFL All-Pro safety Kerry Rhodes take over at 5.
Time is ticking in Kansas City.
Keep track of your team, your bets, and your fantasy players. Just open the free iHeart app and search Fox Sports Radio to start listening.
It's time to give. Hey, time to give stuff away.
All right, it's an annual tradition in Northeast Ohio, the Mushroom Head Halloween Show. If you want to go, it's going to happen Saturday night, October 26th at the world-famous Agora with special guests. They got Upon a Burning Body playing, There Is No Us, and more surprises. AXS.com for the info, tickets, all that kind of stuff. You want this pair, be caller number 10, 2 for Mushroom Head on the 26th, just a few days prior to Halloween. Start it up right. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
You guys are a bunch of morons, and I love it.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Bongo la, bongo cha cha cha, parlami del Sudamerica.
I got more money for you here in a few minutes. About 10 minutes from now, 4:30, I'll play that next keyword for you. That could get you $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. I was reading about this woman. She's a 52-year-old woman. She has a PhD in education. She works for a college in Baltimore. Her given name is Marijuana Pepsi Van Dyke. Her mother gave her the name. She never, ever changed the name because her mom said this name will take you around the world. So obviously she grew up with people making fun of her name. She doesn't drink pop. She's never smoked weed. And she said, I never plan to change my name. Her name is Marijuana Pepsi Van Dyke. Now, that is one end of the name spectrum. At the other end of the name spectrum is John Brown, who's headlining the Funny Stop tomorrow night. How's that for a setup?
Pretty good.
You ever met a Marijuana Pepsi?
I have not. No. I
Have
think
you
they
ever
might make
consumed a
that.
marijuana or a Pepsi?
I think they might make that at the dispensaries now. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
So tell people about your life, John Brown. You and I have never met. I know you and Bill are pals, and
yeah,
he said you're a funny dude, which is why I have to assume you're headlining the Funny Stop tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm one of those rare comics that actually has like a good family. Like
they're out there, a supportive, loving group of people. You mean?
Yeah, they're listening right now, I'm sure. But yeah, my mom and dad have been married like 52 years, and it doesn't make much sense at all because my mom has never touched marijuana in her entire life, and my dad grows it in the backyard. So
different strokes then for people. Yeah.
Right.
No, we were talking about this yesterday, as a matter of fact. My dad passed away a couple years ago, but my parents had been married for 52 years. And so...
Are you trying to say John's dad's going to die?
Not every... I hate to break it to you, he will eventually pass away.
Wait, is your dad's name Marijuana Brown? Because that'd be badass.
Or encyclopedia.
Well
but not everybody's working through childhood trauma who are creative people. Yeah. So then your stuff doesn't come from that, so it has to come from... Or is it... Do you make light of the fact that your family is so supportive?
Not really that much. I do talk about my dad quite a bit because he's a bit of a character.
He is a character.
He's accidentally drugged a comic once.
Yeah, John's one of the biggest Browns fans I know. He was actually at Bottlegate game. That was your first game, right?
Yes, that was my first Browns game.
But no relation to the billionaire family that owns the Bengals and the people who came from the Cleveland Browns.
No,
Yeah,
no,
okay.
not at all. West Virginia.
That would have been
hillbillies.
great. Oh, really?
Yeah.
West by God, Virginia.
Yeah, my mom's 100% Sicilian. My dad's 100% West Virginia hillbilly. So,
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like how that became a race.
Yeah.
And so how did they run into each
Take
other?
that, J.D.
then?
Vance. We got a real Appalachian here.
Yeah.
They went to high school together at Copley High School.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so they've been around for a long time. But I was actually born in Texas.
Yep.
They moved down there. Dad lost his job in the 80s, and then
What did Dad do?
factory worker
Yeah, okay.
all of his life. Yeah, and then when I turned 13, we moved back to Ohio and started being able to go to Browns games.
Were you a kid that didn't like school? How do you decide you're like, were people laughing at you? How do you decide you're like, well, maybe I'll try to do this thing?
I mean, I think whenever I moved here in 8th grade, I was in 6th, 7th grade, like middle school, I was like the class clown. And then whenever I moved here, I was the new kid. So that kind of accelerated that a little bit, I think, and had felt like I had to be funny.
Yeah, you had to be funny to like fit in and like try and make friends.
Yeah. And I always wanted to do comedy, but I didn't start. I started later. I started when I was 33.
How old are you now?
38.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, all right.
Yeah. So
why was that? I mean, I'm always interested in people who are like, I think of people who had square jobs like computer engineers or things like that, and I always attribute that to, well, that's a job where your brain has to work a little differently, and so you can see a transition to something creative. What were you doing before? When you were 33 years old, what was your...
Still am a factory worker.
Okay.
And basically I was on third shift, and I got moved to first shift. I had a buddy that started doing stand-up, and I always wanted to do it, and he talked me into it.
Is he still?
He is very off and on, very flaky guy, Brian Gallagher.
Oh,
and,
okay, yeah.
He did my artwork for my poster that I'm going to be selling tomorrow night, and he's actually doing a guest set on the show.
So how did you end up putting more into it than some other people? I mean, what was it for you? You were like...
I don't know. I just got addicted immediately.
Yeah.
Like, it was like, I remember the first time I went up at Funny Stop, it was like a sold out amateur night on July 3rd. And Brian asked me what I thought about it. And I was like, I think I want to do this the rest of my life. Like, I literally said that immediately. And and just kind of started doing 6-7 mics a week as soon as I started, pretty much. So,
how
long?
A grinder, man. You're out there doing it.
How long had you been doing it before you told friends to come see you? Or I think about when I started in 91. I was doing it for a good 2.5 years before I told any family members, girl I was dating, to come. I didn't want anybody there.
I screwed up and did that immediately.
Oh, you did immediately. I mean, I get that too. I mean, I get that too, but.
Yeah, and I had 5 of my high school buddies there the first night, and 4 of them haven't seen me since. And I think, and I think a couple of them are coming tomorrow. So
nice.
it'll be cool.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, because you figure that on the one hand, people will give you a little bit of a lift because they know if you're a funny guy or whatever, and they, but past that, once they've seen you, they've seen you.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's hard to get people to.
But then, after 5 years later, you're a much better comic than you were then. So
it's crazy because you think you're good then, and then and then
And
you
go-
watch tapes
you're
from
like,
back then, and you're like,
whoa,
whoa,
that's what I thought killing was, or like
Right.
that was a good joke or a good set. Yeah,
yeah.
There's a lot of that.
And honestly, something that like might have delayed me a little bit was actually had to do with this show. Was I don't know if I've ever told you this, but my first live comedy show I ever went to go see, I think, was the 2011 Alan Cox Show comedy tour that Bill was on, and Jim Tews and Mike Polk Jr.
Yeah.
And that kind of made me think like, oh, the local comics are really good. It kind of was like, I don't know.
Those guys are good. There's a lot of bad local comics. But
right.
Those guys
but I
are
didn't
good.
know that because that's all I saw of the
Yeah.
local comedy scene. So,
But now you know better.
right, exactly.
Your first exposure was to the cream of the crop, and then you're like, oh, there's plenty of other. Yeah, but to some people, they go, if you see people at a certain level, there's people who think, well, I can't do that. But
Right.
then when you run into other people, you're like, oh, I can absolutely do that.
Yeah, then
of course
you
I can.
gotta-
I'm funnier than them.
Yeah.
All you need is a couple of people at the beginning to think you're funnier than, and you go, I can surf this for a little bit.
Yeah, when people
and
tell
ride
me,
that.
like, they're like, oh, you're the reason I started doing stand-up. Like, I've had a few people say that to me, and I'm like, wait, why? Like, is it because you thought...
And when did you see me? How
They're
long have you been doing
it?
it?
They're like, oh, if Bill can do it, then I can. They're like...
I went to a couple amateur nights before I went up for the first time, and I was like, I can do better than this. You know,
Yeah.
like that was.
What was your first interaction with Pete? Pete's the owner of the Funny Stop that passed away last year.
Yeah.
And he's like a legend in the comedy scene just because he's such a vocal and kind of abrasive, but also like teddy bear type guy.
Actually, this is crazy. I met Pete 7 years before I started comedy in the sauna at the natatorium.
That's so weird. That's so funny.
Yeah. And he tried to talk me into doing comedy, and I
In the sauna?
Yeah.
That's usually not the proposition you get in the sauna at the natatorium.
Hot and sweaty. You should do comedy.
You look
Yeah.
funny. Do jokes.
No, but
comedy
Pete,
night.
Yeah, Pete pretty much loved me immediately because he saw that I was like grinding immediately.
Yeah.
And
you hang out at his club a lot, which is like his favorite thing.
yeah,
ever.
I live 5 minutes away from the club, so he was kind of like a second father to me, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
He's a great dude. I miss him a lot.
Yeah, it's bittersweet like headlining now because I thought he was going to be there for it, but it's still pretty awesome.
But at least he won't heckle you.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And my first
John Brown, you gay.
my first crazy interaction with him was my first amateur contest when it was me and Carter Doherty, and we both had really good sets. We got first and second, but Pete looked at me and he's like, he brought more people. Like, all right.
Put asses in seats.
It was always easy to figure out what Pete wanted.
Correct.
Well, you're headlining the Funny Stop tomorrow night, so you got to put asses in seats, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I have gotten a lot bigger response than I thought I would have, and it's like I think I made it known that it was a big deal to me because I post shows all the time.
Yeah, sure, of course,
and whatnot. But yeah, it's I've picked the lineup myself. Gabe Gary, our buddy, is flying in from New York to feature for me. Samantha Archol, another great local comic, is opening, and then my good friend Brian Gallagher that got me started in comedy is going to do a guest set, and he made the artwork that I'm going to have there. So it'll be a great show.
It'll be a fun lineup.
Yeah. And best way to get tickets, honestly, the Funny Stop website's a little weird. So, but if you go to my Instagram, I'm at John Brown Comedy. In the bio, there's a direct link to the page where you can buy my tickets on, or you can call the Funny Stop too. That's
330-923-4700.
There you go.
Burned into your brain.
Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
Hold that thought. I got to give away some money here. $1,000 right here, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely. It's your second to last chance to win today, and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
All right, so I'm on the Funny Stop's website, and there you are. People can buy tickets right there.
Yeah.
funnystop.com. I think that's
Right.
right. I
Yeah.
Googled it, and there it is. Yeah. And so 5 years you're in, you said,
Yes.
yeah? And then what is the idea you have in your head of how you would like things to go? You have kids? Are you a married guy?
I don't. I'm single. I would like to have a girlfriend so I can get a dog. But I don't.
Just get a dog,
have kids. Yeah, I'm too busy to take care of a dog, so I need a
girlfriend who take care of the dog. Is
Right.
What, yeah. Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if I kind of want to move to New York, but I don't know if I want to fully move or if I want to do like a hybrid thing, which I could do because I own a house here. But yeah, I mean, it's
Mary. Your thoughts on New York?
I hate it here. I'm so vocal about how hard it is to live here. Living here is the hardest thing I've ever done, and I stayed sober during COVID after my dad died.
Yeah, right.
But don't let that deter you.
Just to put it in perspective.
It's literally every day's a nightmare, but you'll figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of friends there now, but it's
there's been kind of I mean, Mary went there. Our buddy Joe Briggs is out there. Gabe Gary moved out there.
Well, it's a lot easier when it's just you. You know, some guys are like, "Oh, I got 2 kids." You can't be hauling your family to,
or like a dog and a girlfriend.
Yeah,
yeah. And I mean, the past year for me has been crazy. Like I've I had 3 goals, and that was to win Best of Fest at both of the local comedy festivals, and I did that, and to become a regular at Hilarities, and I did that, and now headlining Funny Stop. So it's like I've been accomplishing the things I want to accomplish. So it's like me figuring out what the next step is from here.
That's the hard part is when you hit the things you want to do, and then you go, all right, well, what's the next thing then?
Right.
Yeah, it's been cool to see you get better and like super consistent and stuff too. Because when you started, you were funny. But there would be like nights where it'd be like you wouldn't have it all the way. But over the past 3-4 years, you're always one of the guys that go, oh, I know when John's up, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, I feel like if I do bad now, it's usually the audience's fault.
That's exactly. That's
always blame it on
now.
him.
He gets it. Now he gets it. You're ready for New York.
Who are the guys that you came up looking at and going, I like the way they do what they do?
I would say like Mark Norman, Sam Morrell. And I don't know. I'm not really like those guys, though.
Right.
I would say
I would look like them.
I would say I'm more of like in between a storyteller and a joke joke guy.
Yeah.
But
But the way those guys put their stuff together was something that clicked with you.
Pete Holmes, Gary Goldman.
Yeah.
Like, those are like the range of guys I think that I watch coming up.
All whites.
All men, no women.
I mean, now I would say the people like I watch the most is probably Jordan Jensen and Sam Talent. Like those are my 2 people right now that I love watching.
Sam's so
and
good.
Yeah, it's
Jordan was just doing. I saw her at Hilarities, but I also saw her open for Segura.
Yeah,
she got it.
I mean, when I was coming up, Bill, for me it was all about Miss Pat. So I mean, that was that was the person I paid attention to.
I didn't
most.
even. First of all, she didn't even do comedy yet. But so I was featuring for Patrice O'Neill, and Miss Pat was the host that night, like that weekend. So that was like a crazy show because she had just started. She'd been doing it like maybe a year. And it was at the Improv.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
so that's a crazy lineup.
Yeah, it was.
She started when she was like 35 too, I think. Miss Pat,
maybe even older.
Yeah.
Because I mean, this was probably 2007 or 8, probably 2008, and she was pretty new.
Oh, that's who I forgot. You told me the starting age. Jessica Kierson was a big inspiration to me.
Great.
Oh, she's
and
awesome.
She started when she was 33 too.
Yeah.
So and she responded to a tweet one time and kind of talked to me about it. So it was pretty cool.
In what sense? Like just starting once you're north of, everybody else starting when they're 21.
Right. Yeah. She just said something like, it's never too late to start out. She's like, you just have to grind harder than everybody else, and I've tried to do that.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So what will be? Let's say you pack out the Funny Stop tomorrow night. Obviously, that's what you want.
Yeah,
I think it's already getting.
Is it close to being sold out?
Pretty close.
Yeah.
And so then that's something that will become a regular thing for you, or
yeah. I mean, if I sell it out, I'm demanding a weekend.
Yeah,
that's
demand
something
a weekend. They'll be like, all right, we got to bring John back soon.
Yeah, that's something that I it's my home club. It's the club I started at. I would love to do it every year. I mean, love to get in the rotation there.
Do you end up doing a bunch of social media stuff, or is it just mostly stage stuff at this point?
Yeah, I'm getting more into that. So I just started a podcast with our buddy you guys have talked about a lot, Jimmy Killius, and so we're getting clips for that and starting to put that stuff out. So I want to build up a lot of clips before I start posting regularly. But yeah, it's something.
You're also
that
on the road and stuff doing.
Yeah, been on the road a lot.
Oh, you're doing a lot of that?
Yeah.
Traveling? Okay.
He's in that, that early phase. Mary can remember this, where you get a hotel, but you'd rather just pay for another hotel.
Yes, I did that this past weekend.
And then what happened when you went in?
Oh yeah, so I stayed at a Marriott, and I get to my room, and there's a girl watching TV on the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't.
What you want?
Yeah.
And then the music starts in the background.
Yeah. Were you like, can we get a dog?
No, it was the most. It was the most awkward thing in the world. I don't even think I said anything. I just backed out of the room and then walked downstairs, and they were like, "Oh, our computer's messed up," and we thought the room was empty, and then they let me raid the lobby store. So,
Did she jump up, freaked out, and
yeah.
Right.
And I had no idea what I was supposed to say.
Yeah,
but it was.
I mean, you got a key. Like you're like,
Yeah.
I thought this was my room. So
Yeah.
You think she would have had that latch done, you know?
I always do.
Yeah,
because-
of course.
You gotta do the latch.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, Marriott's recently, that's where I stay the most because I have one of their credit cards, but they've recently stopped putting out do not disturb signs.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of places now. They don't have the door hangers anymore.
Yeah, so I just latch it.
Yeah.
What was I? I just stayed in like a boutique hotel in Spokane, and they had a light. You could, like, it was like a doorbell for your room, but you could turn it to green or like green if you wanted service, or red if you wanted them
Like
to
a
leave
public
you alone.
toilet,
Yeah, dude, it was
Occupado, or
great. I loved it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Didn't you see my light was red, madam?
Yes, it's a red light.
Red light district down there on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, when I see American Budget Inn, I'm
yeah
getting a different hotel room. That's...
I bet they have door hangers and latches. John Brown is headlining for the first time ever tomorrow night at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls, his home club. He lives so close he could hitchhike to the club. Probably won't.
True.
He'll probably drive. You can go to funnystop.com and buy the tickets. Or what phone number could they call, Bill?
330-923-4700.
What did you say? John Brown Comedy on social media?
At John Brown Comedy on everything.
What's the name of the podcast?
Bomb Hard. So, yeah, it's it's Bomb Hard Productions on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, good to meet you. Thanks for coming
great
in.
meeting you.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a break. You want to get a text in for something? 35192. I will have Rise Against tickets for you. Want to go see Rise Against? They are back in Cleveland, and they are set to play the Agora in a couple of weeks, October 20th, and we'll do those coming back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our
us.
Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I hadn't hurt this much in darn near 20 years. It felt just like a mule, it kicked me right between my ears. When she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. There was a time when I believed that she belonged to me. She told me that I was the only one she'd ever need. That was before this trucker came and took her for a ride. Now there's nothing I can do to keep her satisfied. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew there was something wrong. Suddenly she'd get headaches every time we were alone. When she finally told me we were downtown at the mall, and it hit me like a ton of bricks, and I thought for sure I'd fall. Well, she broke my
I wonder if Walgreens locks up their beef jerky. This might be the difference, you know. It gets down to the retail sector. Whatever razor's edge you've got over the competitor is going to be good for you. And Walgreens is in bad shape, boy, as are a lot of other kind of pharmacy convenience chains or whatever. Walgreens, they're shutting them down in Cincinnati and Columbus and Dayton and Cleveland, and they're going to close about 700 of them a year for the foreseeable future. But I have to think, I was talking earlier about went into the CVS next door here, and they had all the beef jerky locked up, and it was explained to me why by a Frito-Lay delivery individual that they are stolen and sold to other stores. Remember years ago it was detergent? Might still be, but like I remember I was many, many years ago, people were stealing the giant jugs of Tide because they were expensive or they could flip them or I don't know what. But
I think that has resale value. People will steal
it. Must. Listen,
Yeah.
I have to assume that anything, just because I don't know about it, doesn't mean anything. I have to, about my
You're not about that life.
question earlier was, what the hell is the resale value of jerky? And if they're flipping it to like neighborhood bodegas and pocketing the difference, I guess that makes sense. But just curious if Walgreens is locking up their jerky. That might be the edge that they've got. Played that video for you yesterday of the guy who bid $4,000 at a charity auction in Texas, Waxahachie, Texas. This is the Ellis County Wild Game Dinner. And this was for, it was an organization to raise money for ag students, agricultural and rural education there. And so they had concert tickets and things of that nature, and a bourbon trip, you know. And one of them was an autographed Taylor Swift guitar, and this guy bid $4,000, the winning bid. And the video that went viral was him taking a hammer to it. Of course, Bill's point, the best point, which is that's not how you destroy a guitar. Have you never seen someone destroy a guitar? You grab it by the neck and you smash it into pieces.
Right. And at the very least, you are a Republican. Shoot it with a gun.
Well, this might, as are so many other venues, it might have been a gun-free zone. But anywho, this guy just found out that guitar was a fake. It was not signed by Taylor Swift. It was not one that she had played in concert. Somebody just said that it was, and he spent $4,000 on it to destroy it. Her merchandise company confirmed that the guitar was not signed by her and that it was never used by her in a concert. They said anything of that nature would come with a certificate of authenticity, which they said the auctioned guitar did not have. The guitar came with a signed CD insert, but the guitar was not signed. And obviously, you know, that video went viral for a good reason because, you know, people on either side would have something to say about it. Enragement, engagement. And so now, obviously, people are engaging in no small amount of schadenfreude over this, that the guy spent $4,000 and it's not a Taylor Swift official guitar. But even if it was, It's his money. You know, I always laugh when people spend money on stuff and then burn it. You know, if you want to buy a bunch of cases of Bud Light and then shoot it, it's dumb, but you bought it. They already have your money. So whatever statement you're trying to make on social media, that's fine. And people did point out that he could have spent $4,000 on something else, but again, he was donating it to his community's agricultural educational fundraiser. It's a little silly to say he could. Well, I shouldn't say silly. People were like, he could have donated that to people who were hurricane victims. And he could have, but most people are donating money to things in their community. The only thing that I thought when I watched that video was, this guitar does not look like a real guitar.
It didn't look like a good guitar.
No, it did not look
play
like
something with all of her face all over it.
What's that?
She wouldn't play something with like her face all over it.
Right. Well,
that's what I was caught up on.
Yeah, that, and I just wondered if maybe that was done after the fact, but she still signed it. Yeah, I don't know. People were saying that it had the wrong Eras Tour logo on it. I don't know how you determine what the right logo is, but okay. So this guy spent $4,000. Now, you have to think, everybody's ha-haing over this, but you'd have to think the guy would get his money back from the organization. Or they would at least offer it to him.
He destroyed the merchandise. So I don't think he's got.
Yeah, but he auctioned. They auctioned it off under false pretenses. Either they knew, or they probably didn't know, but they didn't do their diligence. Alan, you go to Mark's, they have all their jerky out in the open. Yes, but for how much longer is the question? How much longer
if there
until
was a downtown Mark's, they wouldn't.
That's right.
This is the only one that I've seen that has it locked up like that is the downtown one that's like right around the corner from here.
Yeah.
Because the CVS over by my house has plenty of beef jerky, and you can just grab it.
Okay.
You don't got to get it out. It's not behind glass or plastic.
I have to assume they're calling themselves the Jerky Boys. Once the Jerky Boys get a hold of it and flip it in your neighborhood bodega, all bets are off. Speaking of the hurricane, down there in Tampa, there was no shortage of people causing all kinds of ruckus, engaging in illegal shenanigans, and looting some stores. Well, one of them was one of them Trump stores. You know, people will rent out strip mall vacancies and they'll put Trump merch stores in them. And a couple of guys looted a Trump store after Hurricane Helene plowed through the Tampa area. One of the guys, when they caught him, was wearing a Trump 2024 cowboy hat. I mean,
was it his or had he just looted
He had just looted it from the store. I'm like, guys, in the midst of a weather event like that, you might not be thinking clearly, but they burglarized the Trump store. I don't know what the store was called. I'm sure it had a super clever name like Let's Go Brandon or... So they said that one of the guys had a cowboy hat on, and they had clearly started looting the place, full of the classic Let's Go Brandon, the F Your Feelings t-shirts, Mm-hmm. People who are constantly complaining about how they feel want you to F your feelings. And so the cops pulled up, especially since... when a hurricane comes through, there's all kinds of first responders and EMS, and the place is lousy with law enforcement. How are you going to get away with that? I guess you think maybe they're distracted. And these guys, you want to talk about beef jerky, these guys were shooting even higher than that. I'm sure they figured there's so much resale potential for this.
Well, that was my question.
Go scoop it up.
Is it for resale or is it for their private collection?
Got to be for resale, right? I mean, you only have one head. You can only wear one hat at a time.
Yeah, it doesn't mean I only own one hat.
You own more than one hat?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, wow. Look at you. Yep. Mr. Multi-Hat owner.
Mm-hmm. Got a bunch of hats.
Wow. One of the guys, 57-year-old Lance Petrasivac, said that he was wearing the Trump cowboy hat because it washed up from the hurricane.
He found it.
Yeah. And then
Like
the
a
other
message
guy,
in a bottle.
other guy had 2 Trump hats, 2 Let's Go Brandon shirts, and a coffee mug. And of course, they got pinched for burglarizing the place. And one guy said he was a local fisherman, but he doesn't live in Tampa. They said both men were heavily intoxicated. And they both have long arrest records. DUIs and drug possession and things like that. So that's the kind of clientele that's going to be drawn to a store like that. But they really didn't get away with much trying to loot the Trump merch store. Hello.
Alan, this is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Alan, this is Clem Fandango.
Yes.
Alan, this is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango. Alan, any business that has more than 700 of itself can't be doing that poorly. What are they talking about, Walgreens?
No, the Trump stores.
Yeah, okay, well, there you go. Tell that to this company. They have about 800 radio stations. Does anybody think it was shady that an autographed Taylor Swift guitar was going for only $4,000 at auction? Well, I mean, listen, what is anything going to go for at auction? I mean, it just, going once, going twice. I mean, if the top bid is $4,000, then that's what it goes for. Again, the guitar just didn't look real to me.
Consider the clientele.
That's what,
like
right.
The people at that auction.
Yeah, they're not Taylor Swift fans. They're not, 8,000, 9,000. It was all for a good cause. Yeah, it looked like it just looked like a smaller guitar. It looked like a toy, not a toy, but it didn't look like a full-on, this is something that Taylor played. And then you have to wonder, well, how did these people get their hands on it? So everybody had a fun 48 hours with that piece of video. But now, let's not hide it. This guy's world has come crashing down upon itself. And he's probably not sure what to do now because he really made a show of this. And a lot of people enjoyed it. And now what is he going to do? Because I have to think if you're this guy, and boy, yeah, sure, you're 60-something. But this guy finally got a taste of going viral. And he likes the way that tastes. So what's he going to do next? He's going to have to come up with something. You're going to have to smash somebody else's... I'll play this for people who haven't seen it.
Ball hanger.
Yeah, man. There you go.
Now take that, hang up that busted thing.
See, it was like he started to swing it by the neck, and then he stopped.
Yeah.
And there's a stage right there, no less.
Right.
All the better. Could have smashed it right there. Or should we applaud him for showing restraint?
No.
No.
Not if we're
no
going to get guitar
applause for
smashed.
restraint.
Not in this situation.
Okay.
I want smashy.
Yep.
It's fun.
Alan, Tampa will be okay. Tampas are very absorbent. I get it. Not the belted ones. Not so much.
So small.
Tampa. Again, Tampa's a city. People keep moving there. It's still growing. People keep moving to these cities. Kids are like, hey, man, I get to live on the coast in Florida. It's not that expensive.
Yeah.
Let's move to Tampa. And then you move down there. Huh?
Good nightlife.
Yeah. Strip clubs, all that stuff. But I was reading a blurb on people who live in various neighborhoods in Florida, and they're like, it's not worth rebuilding anymore. We've been flooded 4 times in 4 years, and we can't get, our homeowner's insurance if you can get it. There was one couple was paying like $6,000 a year in homeowner's insurance, and so they're like, it's just not, we got to go somewhere else. It's not worth it. So I guess if maybe you're freshly out of college and you figure you're going to spend 18 months somewhere, you go to Tampa. But after that first big, huge storm, you go, all right, get the hell out of here.
It can't be worth it the rest of the time. I have an aunt who lives down there, and it's just like, come on, man.
Well, I mean, it's not exactly the same, but I would, always tell people, I was like, the Chicago summers are worth the winters. And that's true of a lot of places in the Midwest. You're not being flooded, but I mean, winter in the Midwest is bad news and probably going to get worse.
No.
But if it's sunny year-round, you're like, well, what are the chances we're going to get flooded? Well, those chances are more and more. And Asheville is just an example of there really is nowhere to hide, because Asheville is not a place that anybody thought was going to get flooded, much less just decimated like it did. I still don't. We have family members who live in Asheville, and they haven't been back. They're like, we can't get to our house. The highways.
Where are they?
They're still in Michigan.
What did they leave? When
Well, they came up a few days before the hurricane.
Because they heard about it, or just
No.
coincidentally?
Coincidentally, because my wife's cousin's wedding was this past weekend, and so they had come up a couple of days prior from Asheville. That's where they live. Her family's largely from Michigan, but this one family of cousins of hers grew up in North Carolina, in Asheville. And so that's where her aunt and uncle still live. We've stayed with them before. Years ago, when we would, first couple times we went to Florida for spring break, we would drive down, and on the way down, we'd spend the night with them in Asheville. And it's an awesome town. Asheville's gorgeous. But nobody in Appalachia, nobody in some 2,100-foot elevation town thinks they're going to get destroyed by a flood. So it kind of puts a finer point on, we've talked about it here all the time. We're like, we'll be fine in Ohio. We're on the Great Lakes. We don't have to worry about flooding or, But Asheville is 300 miles inland and at a higher elevation. But obviously people who understand weather better than we do are like, when you get into the mountains, it's a weird thing. So these kinds of storms are, exacerbated by climate change. They're just going to get worse and worse. But it's all pretty wild. Brian called again. You want to hear more, Brian?
Yeah.
How easy it is to break me, Fanny be tender with my love.
He's singing old Bee Gees. A song called Fanny. How about that?
Like I said, he goes deep, man.
He does go deep.
He's got a lot of variety. Brian's on shuffle.
He has given us Metallica. He's given us Confederate Railroad.
He should be
yesterday.
programming the lake.
Yeah. The Bee Gees. This was, I think, maybe their first big hit, 1975, pre-disco. The Bee Gees were singer-songwriters. They were like almost a folk band before disco hit. And they did have one hit called the 1910 Mining Disaster or something like that. But Fanny was a huge hit for them, 1975. I remember when this was on the radio. The album was called Main Course from the Bee Gees. And it's just your standard love song. The girl's name is Fanny. Brian loves it.
You want the least shocking?
It is to break me, Fanny be tender with my love.
Say what, Mary?
Do you want the least shocking breaking news ever?
Let's go.
Yeah, okay.
They unsealed Jack Smith's court filing that says Trump resorted to crimes after the 2020 election.
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
Wait, what does that mean? Resorted to crimes, and we knew that. Why
That's
is
why
that?
I was saying least, like, they just unsealed it for everybody to read that one of his, like, advisors was like, oh, no, he was committing crimes the whole time.
Oh, well, yeah, that's, okay.
Back to the
This
beach.
has been the least shocking news of the day.
All right. I know what'll make you feel better.
Considered new evidence.
Some Bee Gees. Huh? Is this this is a Jack Smith thing?
Yeah, considered new. They're considering new evidence in the federal election case.
Huh.
I wonder if this will change anybody's minds.
Oh, I'm sure it will. I'm sure everybody will.
Finally, this is the thing.
Did it. The straw that broke the camel's back. Yeah. Maybe that movie, The Apprentice, will do it for some people.
Looks good.
Yeah, it does. All right, listen, I got to take a break here. I will have your very last chance of the afternoon, of the day, rather, to get yourself $1,000 here. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So 5:30 is that last keyword. We're going to get back here. And for people asking me, hey, are you doing any haunted house tickets this season? Yes, I am. Factory of Terror this week. Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory next week. So Factory of Terror down there in Canton. I will get you set up with a couple of passes here after the break.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you
Search The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, and start listening.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to get yourself to a haunted house. How about the Factory of Terror down in Canton? 5 full attractions, totaling over a mile in length. Unbelievable scenery, jaw-dropping special effects, and terrifying actors. Now, if you're near Canton, it's not down in Canton. It's right across town. FOTOhio.com to get there from wherever you are. Tickets, info, all of it. A couple of tickets for you. Caller 10, Factory of Terror in Canton. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
I won't leave you hanging next week either. I'll have passes for the Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory in Akron. We're celebrating 50 seasons of fear. We will be preempted, by the way, on Monday. We will not be live on Monday to make way for Guardians baseball. Game 1 of the postseason run there is going to be Saturday here on MMS. You'll hear all of those games here on the Buzzard. So Saturday, your first pitch is going to be 1:08. Guardians playing either the Tigers or the Astros. Has that game wrapped up? I know that earlier somebody texted me that the Tigers hit a home run off of the foul pole to go 1-0 up on the Astros.
It is the top of the 9th, and they are up. The Tigers are up 5-2.
There you go.
So looking good for the Tigers. Getting a little sweep. Moving on to play us.
We would rather play Detroit than Houston, I think, is the conventional wisdom.
Yeah, although Detroit's really hot lately, so...
I mean, they're beating Houston.
They're beating Houston, so I don't think there's an easy team to go against in that situation, but looks like it's going to be Detroit.
So 1:08 Saturday afternoon, and then we will be preempted Monday afternoon. Your first pitch, 4:08. Both of those games from Progressive Field before the Guardians have to hit the road for the next two. So Saturday, Monday, your 2024 Division Series with the Guardians.
There's a good chance that 3 team. Well, I mean, you got Kansas City, you got Detroit, you got the Guardians all in the playoffs already, but Kansas City beat Baltimore last night.
Yeah.
They're winning right now. It could be 3 American League Central teams in the ALDS,
right.
which is crazy.
Right. That would be wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
None of those teams have big payrolls.
Because either
the Tigers are probably higher than Kansas City or us.
Yep.
But yeah, that's crazy.
Braves and Padres are playing. One of them will play the Dodgers. Mets Brewers. One of them will play
Mets won last
Phillies.
night.
And then, So anyway, Saturday and Monday, Guardians baseball on MMS. Live from Progressive Field. My nephew lives in Tucson, Arizona. He is an airline mechanic.
Mine lives in Idaho.
And when you're out there in Arizona, they take their natural environment very seriously. You know, we spent 10 days in Sedona year before last, and they have all these local regulations where the colors, and there are a couple of exceptions, you'll see like a red here and there, but most of the colors of retail establishments have to be amended so that they kind of tend to blend with the natural background. So, for instance, Sedona, I think, has one of the only McDonald's in the whole country that is not done out in red and yellow. It's like a teal blue and a sandstone because they want, they don't have huge billboards there. They don't want all this light and digital pollution. And it's kind of the same there with Tucson. My nephew lives there. He works third shift. And but they have problems there now with a grand opening of a new McDonald's in Tucson because the locals feel like they really ran afoul of this. They had a giant, this was a fully rebuilt McDonald's in Tucson. And so they used a giant inflatable Ronald McDonald on the roof to welcome everybody back. And the locals did not like it. So the person who owns the franchisee is contending with the ire of the local people. They think that it brings down, white people, brings down the upscale nature of the area.
Is Tucson that nice?
Apparently, I've never been actually.
Neither have I.
But apparently this neighborhood is nicer than they want a...
Have a McDonald's.
Well, there's McDonald's everywhere. I mean, you can't get away from McDonald's. But I guess to their mind, they're like, well, it should at least be a fancy McDonald's. You know, like in Independence, when we worked at Oak Tree, that Independence McDonald's.
2 stories.
2 stories.
2 stories. Fancy McDonald's.
Fancy McDonald's.
That was a fancy pants McDonald's.
So locals were concerned. Now, again, this is just an inflatable that's going to be there because it's a grand opening of a friggin' McDonald's, and the people who are around there are like, well, it's going to turn everything into a circus around here, and we don't like it.
Was not expecting.
Just going home, and all of a sudden, pop, there it was.
It was a sight Catalina Foothills resident Clive Morgan wasn't expecting to see, a large inflatable Ronald McDonald up on the roof of this newly renovated McDonald's location. It's fair to say he ain't loving it.
I thought, this is crazy. Would this set a precedent for all the drive-thrus and McDonald's in town? And we'd end up like a huge...
Something tells me Clive is not a native Tucsonian.
Or American.
Why? Why are you guys presumptuous?
I know. Oh, Governor. I don't like your inflatable mascot. I think I'm nailing it.
Would this set a precedent for all the drive-thrus and McDonald's in town?
I set a precedent. I don't care for the precedent, said it. I don't like them inflatable. I guarantee. Make the town look like a circus. How about ho?
And we'd end up like a huge theme park.
So this is our kitchen area.
Paul Diaz owns Diaz Management, which is the largest McDonald's franchise group in southern Arizona. This new location is special to him.
It's the closest restaurant to my home.
It was just reopened after going through a complete rebuild. He says now the restaurant offers more digital capabilities and a much more efficient space for his staff.
I like how he points to the digital screen that says, no employee of the month for September. That's what he wanted. They could have just put somebody's photo up there for background, but they didn't do that. He pointed to the screen. I said, we've got all new digital screens, and it just says, no employee of the month for September. Beatings will continue until morale improves. So, yeah, Clive doesn't care for it. Now, I think one guy from England complaining does not a riot make. But whatever, that particular location is run by the franchisee's daughter. You got to keep it in the family, as it were. Oh, pardon me. I'm going to burp. Wait, hold on. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, God.
That's half of a hiccup.
I'm sorry?
That was half of a hiccup.
No, that was a full hiccup. No, I'll do it. Hold on. I'll do it.
God, here we go.
Alan, you bitch. Here's a text. Nobody cares that your nephew works third shift. Eat rotten eggs and poo-poo your pants, you homosexual. What is happening around here? I mean,
you're the one that plays the messages.
I don't. I'm just reading them as they. That's a text.
You don't have to.
Well, I like people to be engaged in the
It's only going to beget more homosexual and rotten eggs talk.
You homosexual!
What does rotten eggs have to do with anything?
I don't know.
You stink. You stinky man.
Eat rotten eggs. I would eat fresh eggs. Who would eat rotten eggs?
I don't want you to. They want you to eat rotten eggs because they want you to put in your pants.
I would not eat them on a boat.
Would you eat them with a goat?
I would not eat them with a goat.
Would you eat them here or there?
I would not eat them anywhere. No.
Wow. You do not like rotten eggs.
I do not like them at all. I do not
Nailed
like them
it.
as much as segs. Yeah. Alan, they're worried about light pollution, and here in Ohio we're dealing with actual heavy air pollution. Yeah, well, that's true. Well, listen, everybody
That's from
has...
Canada.
Everyone, it's from the wildfires. Everyone has complaints relative to their station, right? We got money here for you. It is the last keyword of the day. To get you $1,000, we'll start it all back up again tomorrow morning with RMG. But every one of these is $1,000, so I hope you win. Listen closely. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, I'd like to know where you are. If you are out of state, maybe you're in Tucson. We've got people in Tucson, Arizona. We've got people all throughout the area. Michael's in Tucson. Jason is in Tucson. Kevin is in Miami. Amanda listens in Goldsboro, North Carolina. Andy's in Topeka, Kansas. Wally is in Albuquerque. Jason's in Glendale, California. Sean is in West Haven, Utah.
Hey, y'all. I am a couple days behind listening to the show on the iHeartRadio app. Ding! So you may have already mentioned this. If you haven't, you're welcome. But just something that I wanted to get you hip to, given the incredibly highbrow nature of the comedy that you provide. Go ahead and search anyone's name and the words poop song. Hate the show.
Oh, darling. We did that yesterday, didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
That woman sent me the Alan poop song.
Yeah.
But they have them for Bill and Mary, too.
Let's go.
The guy who sings about poop and pee and puke.
Alan, poop, 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 Alan, poop. Alan, poop, 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 Alan.
I mean, so you can pretty much figure out what's going on there. Now, yours is Billy. He went with Billy, if that's okay.
That's fine. It's for poop.
Billy, poop, poop.
Switch from guitar to piano. Put a little reverb on.
This is a stupid song that is going to absolutely be in my head. This is a
Billy.
Yeah, Billy, poop, poop.
Billy,
Mary,
poop, poop.
Mary, poop. Mary, Mary, poop. Mary, 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 poop, poop. Mary, 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 poop. Mary, 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 poop.
So it's got a kind of a Billy Joel Piano Man quality to it.
This is definitely going to end up being a whoopsie poop song. That one is. Where I'm
You
gonna
think so?
be, whoopsie poop. Trying to get her to poop.
Kind of a doo-wop vibe. Let me see if I can find the longer, extended 12-inch dance remix of your song there.
Billy, poop, poop.
Billy, poop, poop.
Billy, poop, 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 poop.
I like they switches it up.
Billy. Billy, poop, poop, poop.
Imagine you learn an instrument. You learn the guitar. Now, for
Get
all I
great
know,
at it.
this guy might be like a legitimate session guy or recording artist, and
Yeah.
this is just what he dicks around with in his free time. But this guy has done a lot of songs.
Well, he probably
The songs about people's names and
Yeah.
the poop and the pee.
And how many views do they have? Like, how many views does this have on? Is this on YouTube?
Spotify.
Spotify. All right. How many plays does it have?
No clue.
There's no. It doesn't show.
Well, let me see. No, doesn't show.
Does it show like his-
16,000.
16,000. Okay.
Since
so that's-
2019.
Okay, so it's not a ton, but if you have 16,000 on every song that you have, and you have a whole bunch,
yeah,
he's probably making a good chunk of money. He's probably making more from this than he did from whatever band he had.
Sure.
Breaking news.
Sticky, sticky dog poop. Sticky, sticky
You can
dog
play this
poop.
for a
Let
whoopsie.
that dog out because he gotta go poop. Sticky, sticky dog poop. Sticky, sticky dog poop. He's gotta push the poop out of his bud. Why does a dog have a bud? There's only one
Why does a doggy have a butt? That's a question that only the dogs can.
Exclusive news update.
The Detroit Tigers have officially moved on to the ALDS versus the Guardians.
Hey, there we go. Cleveland Guardians. I thought it was.
They won 5-2.
Wasn't that the second game?
Yeah, it's only.
I thought it was
it's the
3.
Best of 3. Best of 3.
Best of 3. Okay,
best
gotcha.
Of 3.
Best of 3.
Best of 3.
So they don't play the third game because they've already won 2. And that's the best of 3,
it.
right? I figured it out. If you carry the one.
Past him. Mm-hmm. Alan knows sports.
Oh, and math. That's really, it's really less about sports and more about math.
True,
okay, so
true,
they're going to best of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, for instance, it was best of 5.
Yeah.
Then if you won
that will be
3,
the new series that they're in,
right,
against the Guardians. So it's a best of 5 series. So how many games do they have to win to move on to the best of 7 series in the ALCS?
Ooh. Okay, so let me think. So if it's best of 5, let's say they win the first, and then they win the second, but then the Tigers win the third. So best of 5. Okay, so then they're not in a must-win situation yet, but they're close. So they would, out of 5, the best, best of 5 is winning all 5. They'd have to win all 5.
No.
That's the best of 5. The best you can do is winning all 5 games, Bill. See, you don't know sports the way you think you do.
No, I guess not.
It's true.
Winning all 5 games is the best of 5.
You got me. I got.
So if the Guardians win all 5, they'll go right to the World Series.
No. Oh, because they have to go to the ALCS.
ALCS.
So
that's best of 7.
Yes.
So they have to win all 7 of those.
No.
And I'm sorry? They'll win all 7 of those, and then they will go to the World Series in New Orleans. In 2025. No, I'm pretty sure. If you're going to tell me best of 5, you got to win all 5. And that's called a sweep, Bill. You probably don't know this. You got a pen? Write this down. It's called a sweep when you don't even let the other team win 1. You go, we could let you do it, but we're not going to let you do it. So, of course, I'm joking for people just tuning in. They would have to win 4 of 5. They have to win 4 of 5. See, that's where the fractions get tricky, because when you see these guys on Sports Center, they go, all right, so these guys have to win 4/5 of their games, and it gets tough. But I'm looking forward to it. So your Cleveland Guardians against the Detroit Tigers.
Yep.
Begins Saturday afternoon on 100.7 WMMS, and then we will be preempted on Monday afternoon by Game 2, which is a 4:08 first pitch. Not 4:07, not 4:09, 4:08.
I have a feeling Wednesday's game, if that's the next game they play, will also be a daytime game. So we'll see what happens. It might be sparse.
Oh, God. Are you serious? I'm going to get kicked off.
We don't know yet. We'll see what happens.
How do they not have a schedule yet?
Because they only have the first 3. They only have this weekend. Because there's other games being played, and they need to figure out what's...
But they know they have to play... Oh, because they don't know if it's necessary.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
those
they
will be
just
necessary.
They haven't laid it out
They just
yet.
haven't. Yeah, it's laying it out because they want to see how the series are going. I don't know.
They'll figure it out.
They're just jerking us around.
Yep.
Yeah, baseball. Didn't feel it all of that. Baseball. Yeah, baseball. It's fun just swinging the bat. Now football isn't that bad.
These kids are in their 30s now.
Baseball's better. And I'm way too short to play tetherball. My little boys can be tether.
Is this better or worse than the "Why does a dog have a poop in his butt" song? Why
this
do
is
dogs
just
poop?
like I've heard this so many times.
Yeah, I know, right?
So like the poop in the butt.
I need to get a new song sung by 2 11-year-old preteen boys from 20 years ago. All right, I got to take a break. You want to send a text, 35192. You want to watch the show, you'll do that at the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on Cox Show.
You don't deserve anything. You deserve to get smacked in the face and kicked in the dirt.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Hey! Lipstick salon! All in our dista, I know they break the wall. All in our dista, I know they break the wall.
Pink Floyd sold their catalog for, I can't believe how little money, but I bet Roger Waters had something to do with that. All of the legacy bands have been selling their catalog for just crazy money. And so this has been in the wind for a while. Queen just sold theirs for a little bit north of $1 billion. Springsteen sold his. Who else sold?
Madonna? No, not Madonna.
No,
There was a
Billy
girl.
Joel, Bob Dylan.
Stevie Nicks.
Stevie Nicks, yeah. Pink Floyd sold their catalog for $400 million.
That's still a lot of money, dude.
It's a lot of money, but for Pink Floyd, I guarantee you that Roger Waters screwed these guys because this guy's out there, he's like pro-Russia, anti-Israel, and that probably scared people off. So I'm sure, he lost his solo record deal because of all that stuff. And so a band like Pink Floyd could have easily gotten around $1 billion. For all the merch, the merch alone, this is like a full across-the-board sale to Sony. So it's like music, name and likeness rights, all of it. Syd Barrett's dead, obviously, but, the other guys are still alive. Roger Waters, David Gilmour, Nick Mason, the drummer. He's the only guy in that band that's been on every single recording of theirs, I believe. Now, not songwriting, which is where a lot of the money is, but the songwriting is split between Gilmour and Waters. But still, the artwork of Pink Floyd is more famous than the guys. Everybody knows that prism. Everybody knows they know Pink Floyd artwork. I just thought $400 million sounded really low for the money that other people were getting for a band like Pink Floyd. And I guarantee they had been asking for way more than this. Just within the band, the guys, David Gilmour and Roger Waters don't get along. And so maybe they're just like, yeah, fine. All right, if we have to take $400 million, we'll take it. Because these guys are all already insanely wealthy. So they have the latitude to argue about these kinds of things. But $400 million. I don't know who, I'm trying to think of a legacy band that has yet to sell their catalog.
The Eagles.
Did they not sell? I thought they
Metallica.
sold. Well, Eagles catalog.
Rolling Stones. They're still performing.
Yeah, Rolling Stones. Yeah, well, anyway. I have plenty of bands doing it. By the way, speaking of very, very wealthy people, congratulations.
Thank you.
To the newly minted Ohio billionaires. Here in the Buckeye State, you don't think that there's billionaires walking around. A lot of people know about Les Wexner. He was, he's the richest guy in Ohio. He's the guy, I think, that started the Limited and the
Victoria's Secret.
Yeah, that whole thing. He really didn't like people talking about the fact that he was Jeffrey Epstein's benefactor when that whole thing blew up, but he was that too. But 3 Ohio billionaires have finally made the Forbes list of the 400 wealthiest Americans. That's how much wealth in this country is concentrated. The newest addition to the list is Mike Brown, who is the owner of the Cincinnati Bengals, but his family, of course, were the people who were associated with the Cleveland Browns in the 60s. And they are worth $3.9 billion. And that puts them at number 338.
In Ohio or overall.
Yeah, in Ohio. There's 339 billionaires in Ohio.
No, in America, the 400 richest people in the United States. And he's like, we're way down the list. We just made it in because we only have $4 billion. Denise York lives in Ohio. She and her family are from Youngstown, but they own 90% of the San Francisco 49ers. She's at number 184. They are worth $7 billion. 49ers are one of the most valuable teams in the NFL. I always love when they talk about how much the family paid for the franchise 40 years ago. They're like, her dad got the team for $120.
Yeah.
Her father bought the team for $13 million in 1977. $13 million, which is a lot of money.
It is.
In the 70s, but now the team is worth $6 billion. And then, of course, Lex Wexner. He's the guy that founded the L Brands.
I mean, even what the Haslams paid for the Browns was, I think, was under $1 billion, and now it's worth 4 or 5.
Yeah. Yep.
Jerry Jones in 1989. I mean, this is still a lot of money, but he paid $150 million for the Cowboys in 1989, and they're worth what, $10 billion now?
Yeah, something like that.
Pretty good investment.
Mm-hmm.
Just once, I
I
want
know.
to, and like
just once you want to watch.
It's frustrating because it's like if you don't have the $13 million to invest.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like to even get to that level is so rare.
Well, yeah, these are people whose dads are rich.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
They're
not
not
generational like
wealth.
You know.
grandparents and great grandparents and
Right.
Well, that's what drives me crazy, though, is because the people that, like my ancestors on my dad's side and my mom's side, both came over on the stupid Mayflower and 0 generational wealth. All they wanted was stupid religious freedom. Idiots.
Yeah, but how did they really come over on the Mayflower?
Yeah. Well, like in that group.
But
yeah,
how many
they're on
people were on the Mayflower?
I don't know.
as many billionaires as there are.
Well,
in
no, I don't
Ohio.
know either. I mean, you know.
Like a lot.
I don't think it was that many. A couple hundred.
I don't know.
I mean, they got.
I just know that
but I know that they were here early when land was free.
Yeah.
102 passengers.
That's how many they left with, or how many ended up alive on
Mayflower
the way?
had 102 passengers and a crew of approximately 30 on its only trip to New England in 1620.
How many people made it? I mean, you die in those kinds of trips back
I also
then.
feel like
I don't know.
I don't know if the family would I think they were part of that voyage. I don't know if they were actually on the Mayflower, but I think they were on the Mayflower voyage that had other boats that came over around the same time. But the point is, they were here early, and they could have got more stuff, and they didn't get more stuff. Really blew it.
Yeah, but it's not like everybody who came over first got rich.
I know.
I mean, it's
I know that.
People who
But
came.
there's a lot of people that did.
Yeah,
Oh, this says only 50 of the original 102 survived the first winter.
that's what I mean. That's why I wondered how many people actually made it. You know, like in the Midwest, the story that every kid's family tells them, my parents told me the same thing. Everybody swore up and down. Everybody's got Native American blood in the Midwest. We grew up thinking that we were part Native American. And then you do your DNA and you're like, nope. Same thing with people on the East Coast. My family came over on the Mayflower. Well, you couldn't possibly have all those people coming over on the Mayflower. So I'm always curious as to, there are people who can trace their lineage back to something like that. Those are like super white people, like white people. But yeah, I don't know. Alan, the reason these big stars are selling all their catalogs right now is because all these sickos are being exposed and they're trying to cash out while they can. Yeah, I don't know if the guys in Pink Floyd were going to a lot of Diddy parties.
Probably were.
I mean, we were talking yesterday about what's the celebrity we would most like to see, the most random celebrity who gets thrown back into the cultural conversation because they were found in a Diddy freak-off tape. And we were like Bette Midler, Barbara Streisand. That'd be great if it was an old celebrity who's dead now.
Elvis.
So, huh?
Elvis?
No. Like current, like they find out there's a tape of a Diddy freak-off party
with Betty White
that has Bob Newhart. Yeah, right. Like Bob Newhart's in a hot tub, and he's got a couple of girls from a hip-hop video sitting on his face or something. And then his family has to contend with that press. He's dead. He died doing what he loved. But just somebody, the most random person you never expect.
Crocodile Hunter.
Steve Irwin.
Yep. Why not?
Okay, yeah. Why not? Crocodile Hunter. He's in Diddy's hot tub. There's rumors going around that Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher are splitting up because he was buddies with Diddy. And the two of them have said, no, it's all nonsense, all social media crap.
Are they splitting up, though?
No. Okay. But there's plenty of pictures of Ashton Kutcher with P. Diddy. I mean, again, this is the thing. There are a lot of people with pictures of P. Diddy because he had a lot of, if it wasn't the freak-offs, it was the white parties. But it's not like people are making those distinctions. Every celebrity wanted to get invited to one of these white parties because it was, to see and be seen. Trump and everybody, Howard Stern and his wife.
They had him on CNBC?
Huh? Yes, they had him on CNBC. Yes.
Neat.
Because Diddy was known for his business acumen. Yeah. If they go, hey, Bob Barker was in a Diddy freak-off video.
Let's go.
That would be exciting. Alan, my ancestors came here in the 1600s, and I'm not rich. Grandpa Lamentation and Grandma Piety were lazy.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody wanted to work back then.
Yeah. When my great-grandma Goody Proctor showed up, nobody wanted to work. They had the same problems we have now.
Right.
Everybody thinks that people got off the Mayflower, and everybody got right to work because the conditions were so brutal that those are the stories we hear about the founding of this country. Oh, they got right to working the land. Did they? They probably stretched their legs for a bit. They probably tried to figure out if there was a more efficient way to wear shoes than buckles. And, sure, they were probably more prudish, but there was still some hinky stuff going on. I wonder what the Mayflower version of the freak-off parties were. They get off the boat. It's a long trip. You drop to your knees because if you were one of the lucky ones, not like you never got sick, but you didn't die from being sick. Those boat trips, a lot of people died. And so just through sheer attrition, you hit Plymouth Rock. Everybody says ouch at one time because you just hit a rock. And that can't be fun. And
it feels like Plymouth Rock landed on us.
Yes. It's not like they start tilling the land immediately. You look around. Where are we? And let's see what we can do. These winters here are terrible. Grandma's got the consumption. Bill Murray could be a possibility. Yeah, again, these are all, if Bill Murray shows up in a Diddy video, people are going to be like, yeah, it's the sheer number of celebrities that works in your favor. It's not like there were just two or three people, when they talk about like Epstein videos, it's like Clinton, Trump, Bill Gates, rich dudes. The Diddy parties. I always wonder, how do you invite, if you are a celebrity, just because you're a celebrity, it doesn't mean you have everybody else's address. I mean, you send it to their agent or something. You send it to the agency, but you don't.
My people will contact your
people.
Yeah,
right. But you don't. But
see, Mary could end up one of these because she's got a manager.
Right.
Yep.
She just missed them.
But conceivably, if you're going to do one of these Hollywood parties, you have to get a list of everyone at that agency. You go, give me a list of all the clients of the agencies, and then you have a guy highlight the names you want. Then you go, send invitations to these people. Make sure Dom DeLuise gets an invitation to the Playboy Mansion, and tell him to wear the Captain America mask and the cape. And that's all he's going to wear over there in the grotto with the Playmates.
Burt Reynolds in there with him?
Burt Reynolds in there with him, too.
That kind of makes
Trying to get rich. I'm reading about the dude trying to get rich. He stole $22 million from the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, yeah.
He embezzled 22, a former financial manager for the Jaguars embezzled $22 million.
You hear about the guy that's stealing $250 million from him? Trevor Lawrence.
Oh!
He stinks.
Is he crapping the bed this season?
Yeah, he's not good this year.
Wow. Well, this guy is suing FanDuel for $250 million, saying that they preyed on his gambling addiction. He's already in prison. He's serving a 6.5-year prison sentence. He said that FanDuel ignored people's gambling addictions. It's in the fine print. I had to say it every time I did a FanDuel commercial. Gambling addiction, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
They cover themselves. They're not going to be liable.
No, they're indemnified.
Yeah.
What happened to personal responsibility in this country? When my family came over on the Mayflower, he was an employee of the NFL team and therefore not eligible to gamble legally.
And then again, that covers them as well.
Yeah.
Because they say, well, you were not legally allowed to use this app anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. He ain't going nowhere.
Well, and if you're gambling at that level, these apps have like a concierge who will call you and go, "Hey, anything?
You're doing great.
You're doing great.
Keep spending money."
Just like in the casino, right?
Yeah. That lady comped us an extra night, gave us a $60 breakfast tab. I'm
There
like,
you go. $60 breakfast tab. That'll cover a couple of waffles.
$60 worth of breakfast.
Yeah, but in Vegas, that's a couple of, I mean, it's good, but a couple of eggs.
2 or 3 eggs, yeah.
Sunny side up, not scrambled.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, we got to go. We got to get the hell out of here. Okay, well, listen, if you are a sports gambler of any stripe, you got Whoopsie's picks today.
Yep.
So go back and make sure that you've got those written down because she works hard.
Log 'em or dog 'em.
Log 'em or dog 'em. She's eating a lot of treats to try to make you some money. What do you have coming up, William?
I'm going to be headlining the Funny Stop next Friday and Saturday, the 11th and 12th of October. You can get tickets at billsquire.com. And then I got some other stuff going on. Canton, Columbus, things like that. billsquire.com for all the tickets.
Mary Lynn?
At Funny Stop the weekend after Bill. And then follow me on social media at Mary Santora Comedy. And I will see you fools October 14th.
Later.
I think is the next time.
Bye.
Love you, bye.
All right. My thanks to Paul Reiser for being on today. His movie is called The Problem with People. It looks very funny. It's out this weekend. Also, thanks to John Brown. He is headlining the Funny Stop tomorrow night. It's an 8 o'clock show. You can go to Funny Stop's website to buy tickets if there are any remaining. And we're out tomorrow and Friday. And then we're preempted by Guardians playoff baseball on Monday. That will be a 4:08 first pitch on the Buzzard on Monday. So I guess we'll talk to you on Tuesday. Week in Cox, that is Sunday morning. That's 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. No metal show this Saturday night. But Sunday, noon, I will see you in Strongsville. We're doing the Cox Out pregame. Browns will be in D.C. So I will see you at the local bar in Strongsville, noon to 2. We're playing the Bud Light Football Challenge. You could get yourself to Vegas. So if you're out Strongsville way, I will see you there on Sunday. The whole list of locations I'm doing for Cox Out pregames, you can go to AlanCoxShow.com, hit the contest page. Otherwise, the show is available for you on the iHeartRadio app.